What'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll get to this more detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to remember times, what time things started and stopped and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
Okay, and we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, do you know whether you took a shower there or took a shower at Alameda or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there?
They were coming. Tell them, see them. We got up, and we got up from Alameda, and we left, and we went to Moselle.
And do you know? Do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that. I knew they were doing it. Yeah. I knew they were doing it.
Okay.
But I don't remember. I wasn't out in that gun room and see all that video and all that. But I knew SLED, was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So, I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full, whatever they wanted, they were welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get that off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. At that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths. And that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked. Every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone, did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes.
Did she know your password?
Yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right. And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone, she used them frequently.
all the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was there's that app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Pawpaw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion, the three girls, Lizzie, and there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd love to text you, get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like, she followed you and see where you were. She used it all the time. And so, you know, I just knew that there would be GPS data on Maggie's phone.
Alec, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On June the 7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the objection?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, I can, it goes to his, you know, his follow, it goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's what it goes to.
Objection sustained.
Did, why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
I knew at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Pawpaw and Mags that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but I mean, I knew that it was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
No, I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten. You know, the testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you on June the 8th?
On June the 8th,
Yes,
like the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well.
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster. At the hip. But, I mean,
And what
no,
happened on?
I wasn't.
And
And I-
what happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
And where did you stay? And with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th, we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th, we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And
Which
how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably a few minutes away.
And who stayed there? Did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and Maymay stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but
Is it a memorial services?
nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact too.
And then your father's funeral's on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, I mean, that's when we put Papa and Mags. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday. So I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the day after your dad's funeral,
All right, Monday, I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
at some point, Monday.
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that
Yeah, well,
morning?
where did you stay?
We
Monday night?
stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
So, and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and,
That's right.
okay, and Liz?
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad. And I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably, We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
And Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad is Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days in Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been. She's just been so excited. So she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went
Yeah,
up?
baby was born. Beautiful little baby girl. Beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed, this lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, you know, when she had the baby, I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee. But they live in Greenville.
On the morning of June 16th, I think that was that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday. Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday,
Yes, sir.
I don't believe so.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the,
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville. I didn't go to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know they did I know some of those records they have. It was sometime before I left Somerville.
did you ever take during that week, let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral, did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp?
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
There's been, I don't know where it is in any of these boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Did you, did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over the house at Alameda?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but, you know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point but I certainly don't remember it. And it certainly wasn't anytime around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
I think we talked briefly about your recollection of times, and
Okay.
I just want to play Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds. You could pull that clip up, and I want you to listen to this. Now,
Okay. Tell me again what it is.
it's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably.
Okay.
10 o'clock maybe at the latest.
Okay.
Something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And then I think said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now I've seen all these records. What does it look like? What time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right. If we'll go to the Doug State's Exhibit 243, which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm. And I told them that we have how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you have a key card, and you have a key card in your wallet. And so when you use it, it creates like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
And was that a common response of yours when you were asked about specific times, that you would give them your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is State's Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
And we rode, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
And what time did you, looking at the record now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
Did at some point in time you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, how long you were over at Alameda on the night of June the 7th? You remember?
You know, I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that SLED was going to come and talk to her and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them and that she just needed to tell them the truth.
And did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew SLED would be talking to?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media, newspaper. I mean, it went deeper than that, but I mean, there was so much talk about how I, fixed witnesses and structured the investigation, just things that were totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly, and it was reported repeatedly how I'd done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer and all these things. So I wasn't taking any chances.
I want to ask you about, you can take that down, Doug. Thank you. Ask you about the August 11th interview with David Owen at the SLED office in, I think, here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
August 11th, absolutely.
Had you requested that meeting?
I've been requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with me and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T. There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
What was said.
Mr. Griffin?
I'll rephrase it. By the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, I mean, you hear it talk about how I'm in this circle and he can't get me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
And and during that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it. But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes in that meeting on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in.
And do you remember what kind of pants
It was khaki pants.
and what kind of shirt?
It's a button down, short sleeve button down. I call it a dress shirt, but a short sleeve button down dress shirt.
Like a shirt you got there, but just short
Just
sleeve?
like this, but short sleeve, and it was colored
And what color was it?
blue with some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And Did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting was led with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they had made an issue about that in that meeting, and I asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back? When she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? Is specifically what I asked her.
I see. And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
Did they ever ask you on August the 11th whether, they ask you for those clothes? Can you produce the clothes? Did they ask you that?
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
No. As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers figured out, that there was no blood spatter on me.
Sir,
Is that objection, Your Honor?
basis for the objection.
401, 402, and beyond in speculation, Your Honor.
Mr. Griffin,
It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of public record.
what is?
The issues with the shirt and the blood test
It's a matter of public record.
filed in this case, yes, sir.
The objection is overruled.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt. And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden, the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue. And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
Now, Alec, after the Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th and 8th, where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
All right. Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
Never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
Couldn't. Didn't want to.
Okay. Where were you staying? When we talked about the days and weeks, the week afterwards, but where were you staying? When you got back from the lake, Kiowee and Greenville?
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes.
that would be all right, so the first week, I've been doing my dad's funeral, then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. I stayed with, I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they've been so kind to him and they let him be off just a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie sometimes when Buster wasn't there. But Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river, and I had clothes there. I had clothes in Somerville. And I still had clothes at Moselle.
So your clothes. Yes, sir.
Last question.
No, were your clothes spread out? A lot of different places.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and return in an hour and 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. Recess, let's see, it's 1:25, what's that? 2:40? Recess till 2:40.
Hey guys, what a surprise. We get to hang together and do this. Joy said there's a flippin' Netflix series about him. Uh-huh. I want to know more about Stephen Smith. I really want to know more about him. I can figure out the wife and the son. So do you guys think it's going to be a hung jury, flat out acquittal, or what do you think is going to happen? How long do the breaks normally last? Sunset said the judge must have heard me. An hour and 15-minute break? Okay. Is my microphone on? Can you guys hear me? He said 1.5 hours. Debussy said paid off jury member in there somewhere. That's a long ass lunch. What are they eating? Oh my God. This is crazy. Diane said with his testimony, he's hung. Is it 1.5, Julesy, or 15 minutes? They resume at 2:40. Okay, so like 10 minutes here. Diane, he's a goner. Snow says an hour and 15 minutes. What are they doing with the extra 15 minutes? What's wrong with just a solid hour? Hell, at my work, they're like 15 minutes is plenty of time to eat and get back to work. So 30 minutes to eat, go to the bathroom, wash your hands, then you got to smoke, use your cell phone. I got you. Debussy said he is guilty and won't escape karma. This guy kind of seems to be have the mentality he can talk or buy his way out of everything. Everything I'm reading about, not just him, but I mean the family. The family, I mean, own the town. I was reading about Pawpaw, as he calls him, Paul. Is he saying Pawpaw or Pawpaw? I can't tell. But he was not so nice to people. May he rest in peace. I eat too fast. It's almost like I don't even taste my food. But now OJ's a grazer. OJ eats so slow. Sometimes I wonder if OJ's a cow. Like OJ will just chew and chew and chew. Like I just hear crunch, crunch, crunch. And I'm like, it's all broke up. I guarantee OJ, you can swallow that now. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at other channels. It seems that everybody's on a break. I just want to make sure I wasn't behind. What did Lone Wolf do? Someone said, thank you, Lone. Wild Hair said, I think it's going to be a hung jury, but the fact that he admitted to lying to SLED is going to make the jury question his ability to tell the truth. Hello, Michelle. Julesy said he will walk. They run that town. I'm trying to find this guy that was talking about Stephen Smith. Give me a second. I think I can find it. That's not it. That's not it. Here it is. Look at this. I'm just going to stop this screen and put another one on. Lone Wolf bought memberships. Thank you. Thank you, Lone Wolf. I'm going to put this on about Stephen Smith, and then but I'll have this on the side. So when they come back in from their hour and 15-minute lunch, we'll be ready. Because I'm really, really wanting to know more about this Stephen Smith.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is, I can tell you this, because I know it kind of went back and forth, and there were different rumors and about it, him possibly getting hit by a car and this and that. He didn't get hit by no car. Okay. And I'm not saying that, whoever did this, murdered him, because, to have that charge of murder, you got to have premeditation and you got to have, forethought and all this kind of stuff. But if it was, somebody playing around and it got out of control, the problem is that when you leave and you try to cover it up, or you lie, or, whatever, so Stephen's, his story deserves to be told, and that's what I'm working for.
We spent the last 2 episodes exploring the boating accident in Beaufort, South Carolina, resulting in the tragic death of Mallory Beach. Could this accident be someone's motive for the murder of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh? It's possible, but there's so much more to this story. We need to take a trip to Hampton, South Carolina, about an hour away from Beaufort, and explore the mysterious death of a young man named Stephen Smith. Let's head over to Hampton and get to know the town a little better. It had been a while since I had spent time in Hampton, and driving around did bring back a few memories for me. Hampton served as a halfway point for me and an old girlfriend who, for a portion of our relationship, had lived in Augusta, Georgia. I found out while researching for this episode that actually the same reason I knew of Hampton was the same reason that it existed in the first place. The town was built around the fact that it was the halfway point between Beaufort and Augusta for the Port Royal Railroad. Hampton's population is around 2,500 people. The median per capita income is around $17,000 per year. It's surrounded by farmland and rural roads. So for years, the only reason I knew of Hampton was because it had a McDonald's to meet at. But as this story started to unfold, Hampton started becoming familiar for other reasons. Hampton is where the Murdaugh family is from and where their law firm is located. For the sake of simplicity, I've been calling it the Murdaugh Law Firm, and it was started in 1910 by Randolph Murdaugh Sr., but the firm has added partners since, and the official name of the law firm is Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Elsroth, and Dietrich, or PMPED. If you are wondering how this seemingly dying southern town can house such a successful and prominent law firm, you're not alone. Visiting a website called judicialhellholes.org will shed some light on the interesting situation here. The United States is comprised of over 3,000 counties. Where does Judicial Hellhole put Hampton County on that list? Well, not too long ago, it was ranked number 3. You heard that right, number 3. The website defines judicial hellholes as places where judges systematically apply laws and court procedures in an unfair and unbalanced manner, generally against defendants. Essentially, if you have a business in Hampton County and you get sued, the the settlement against you is likely to be much greater than it would be in other counties. Some see it as the law firm fighting for the little guy against major corporations. But like most aspects of this story, it's just not that simple. And this type of system can have broader consequences. Think about this. If you are a business owner, do you want the liability that comes with operating in Hampton County? I know I wouldn't. Many people see this as one of the main reasons this county seems to be dying a slow death. It's just too risky for businesses to move in. I would guess a law firm like the Murdaughs would have some power even in a big city like Charleston. So how much more would it have influence in a small, low-income southern town like Hampton? Talk about a big fish in a small pond. But like I said in my first episode, just because you have power and influence doesn't mean that you're going to abuse it, but it does mean you have the opportunity to. Stephen Smith was 19 years old at the time of his death. According to his family and friends, he was always smiling and making everyone around him laugh. If Stephen was in the room, everything just felt a bit lighter and more carefree. His mom described him as a ray of sunshine. He loved books, loved the beach, and he wanted to be a doctor. At the time of his death, he was a nursing student at OC Tech. In the early morning hours of July 8, 2015, a gentleman was driving through a small unincorporated area near Hampton called Crocketville, more specifically Sandy Run Road, when he noticed a body lying in the street. Nervous there was some sort of foul play going on and maybe someone dangerous was still around, he drove about a mile down the road to the stop sign and called 911.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
Hello, I see somebody laying out in the roadway. Somebody going to hit him. It's dark. Somebody going to hit him.
The sheriff's office was dispatched, and upon arrival, they found Stephen Smith deceased, lying on the yellow line in the middle of the road. His car was found on the side of a different road about 3 miles away with the gas cap unscrewed. Officers could not start his car, and it had to be towed. The first few days of an investigation are by far the most important. That's why we really need to understand what happened the hours and days following Stephen's death. Deaths like this don't happen often in Hampton County, and the sheriff's office felt it needed to call in assistance to help with this case. Because Stephen's body was found on the roadway and his car on the side of the road a few miles away, the sheriff's office figured he ran out of gas, was walking home, and was hit by a car. So they called in the South Carolina Highway Patrol, more specifically the MATE Division, which specializes in more complex vehicle accidents. But keep in mind, they do not investigate murders. As they began to comb through the scene, the officers found zero evidence of a hit and run.
This is Corporal Duncan, South Carolina Highway Patrol mate. It's reference to a collision in Hampton County on Sandy Run Road. It is a 2-lane roadway, level, sight distance not an issue. However, this collision occurred approximately at night, so visibility will be used with headlights only. There's no other ambient lighting in the area. As far as evidence here, there is only evidence of where the body was found. There's no car parts, no any type of parts to a car or truck or any other vehicle. There is no body trauma other than to the head area. There is some scrapes and scratches on his left and right arm, on his knuckles, some across his face. Does not appear to be, in my opinion, struck by a vehicle, possibly something else.
At around 7 a.m. that morning, and upon further inspection of Stephen, the coroner ruled Stephen's death a homicide, believing the injury to Stephen's head was a gunshot wound. At this point, it doesn't make sense for the Highway Patrol to be investigating this case, and SLED, or the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, was called in. But the coroner actually doesn't have the final say in the cause of death. That final decision goes to what's called a pathologist. A pathologist is a highly specialized physician whose primary area of expertise is the study of body tissues and body fluids. The pathologist studied Stephen's remains and determined the injury was not a gunshot wound. No bullet fragments were found, and she believed the injury to be caused by blunt force trauma, more specifically from a vehicle. Because of the pathologist's determination, SLED turned the investigation back over to the South Carolina Highway Patrol. Multiple agents from the Highway Patrol tried to speak with the pathologist in an attempt to understand why she disagreed with the coroner. Here's an officer's report. The reason I went and spoke with her was due to a preliminary report where she stated that the victim was possibly struck by a motor vehicle mirror, which was the cause of death. Sergeant Moore had already had, from my understanding, a heated conversation with her about this issue. She stated that she could not even begin speaking with me about this case without the coroner's consent. I advised her that I had spoken with Coroner Washington the day before, and she basically called me a liar, and she said she would call him right then. When I asked if she wanted me to call from my cell phone, she backed off. I asked her why she stated that in the report, and her answer was because he was found in the road. She had no evidence other than that for the statement being put in the report. I asked her if someone with a baseball bat could do that, and she stated no. When I probed further, saying, what about someone in a moving car with a baseball bat? She stated, well, I guess it's possible. As I was leaving, she stated that the report was preliminary, and it was my job to figure out what it was that struck him, not hers. So at this point, it seems clear that it wasn't a gunshot wound that killed Stephen. It was blunt force trauma. However, the circumstances surrounding the blunt force trauma were still very unclear. And because the pathologist ruled it a hit and run, the Highway Patrol ended up in charge of investigating what everyone but the pathologist believed to be a homicide. I've listened to hours of interviews and read through pages and pages of documents to prepare for this episode. Throughout the course of the investigation, 4 potential theories seemed to surface, one of which seems to implicate the most prominent and powerful family in town. Let's take a look at the Murdaugh family again. Paul and Maggie were found shot in June of 2021 at the family hunting lodge. We haven't covered Alec much up to this point, but we're going to have episodes devoted to him later in this series. This episode, we're going to be talking about Buster Murdaugh. Buster and Stephen went to the same school and graduated the same year at Wade Hampton High School. The first mention I could find of the Murdaugh name being brought up was in an officer's interview with a family member of Stephen. Most names you hear from this point forward will be changed to respect the privacy of those involved.
I just left the house the first official time yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
And I went into the store, and a bunch of people kept coming up to me, and they're like, did you know the Murdaugh boys are behind it? You know, saying Buster Murdaugh, the one we went to school with, did it, and some of his friends.
The officer asks where she heard this rumor from and does his best to trace it to the source.
That she was at church and that both of y'all had spoken about Stephen's death, about Buster Murdaugh. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I told her that another friend of mine had texted me asking me if Buster and Stephen were together. And I told him no. I said, not that I knew of. And then I asked him why. He said because he had heard that. And then I asked him who he heard it from. And he said he didn't know. He just heard it.
Was that message from?
It was from, yes.
Okay. Have you got his phone number?
And she wasn't the only person who heard it from Michael.
I heard that 2, maybe 3 young men were in a vehicle. They were riding down 601, saw the car on the side of the road. I guess saw the boy walking. They turned back around. I guess they were attempting to, mess around with him or something like that, and stuck something out the window, and it, hit him in, I don't know if it hit him in the head or the back or where it hit him. And then that's pretty much all I heard. I did hear names, and I heard a name, and that name was, he goes by Buster Murdaugh. I've known Buster pretty much my whole life. He's a grade under me. We went to school together, played baseball together. Kind of out of character to who I knew, but I did also hear from the same source that he could possibly have been on some type of drugs. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. It's just strictly hearsay from all I know.
Would it have been Buster driving?
I would have imagined so. To know Buster, usually he drove himself around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, he was always the one. They were in his vehicles. He always had friends with him in his vehicles when he was driving around. Or that's how it was in school.
You know, there had to be more than one. And then if Buster was the one driving, that means somebody else the one that hit Steven. Did he tell you where he had gotten this information?
Yes, sir. He got it from, I think her first name is, and then she heard it from, which is Buster Murdaugh's best friend. And when I originally heard this, I was thinking of the younger Murdaugh boy, Buster's little brother Paul, because Paul's more the, I won't say troublemaker, but he's a little more, my last name is Murdaugh. I can do whatever, you know what I mean?
It went to his head a lot more.
You're right. He was more that type of kid.
It seems as if the officer is finally getting somewhere. Ben says he heard it from Michael, who heard it from Victoria, who heard it from Colby, who heard it from Buster. The officer keeps moving down the line.
So just go ahead and tell me the version of the story that you heard.
Alright, so I was with some friends one night, and out of the blue, one of my friends said that, I mean, we had already knew, like, he got hit or whatever, and we didn't know who did it, but we just heard that Buster did it. So after that, I mean, everybody know who Buster is, and, like, his family and all that, so it was kind of, like, shocking. So, we just kept talking about it, and I guess it spread it around, like, a lot.
Can you tell me what you heard about the Stephen Smith incident?
I just heard my classmates did it.
Okay. And who was that?
Buster Murdaugh.
Okay.
You was the guy that told me that.
There was a guy that told you that?
Yes, sir.
And did he say where he heard that from or how he was backing that up?
No, sir.
So he just said, oh, I heard Buster did it.
Yes, sir.
Did he say how he did it or what happened?
No, he did. Yes, he did. He said they beat him up and threw him out the truck.
Beat him up and threw him out the truck?
Yes, sir.
Did Stephen have enemies?
From me as his friend, I didn't know any.
Yeah, because, I mean, from everybody I've been talking to, I mean, everybody knew Stephen's lifestyle, of course. But nobody really had issue with that. Like, so I don't understand, like, why, I mean, and I've even asked people about Buster in particular, like, did he not like this guy? And they were like, no, I mean, so why do you think, how does that make sense?
It doesn't to me. It doesn't add up to me.
When the officer asks Victoria who she heard it from, she says Chandler. He even brings up Colby by name, and she says she didn't hear it from him. I can't find anywhere in the case files that they reached out to Chandler, but that doesn't mean they didn't. It just means they didn't make it available, and I'm not sure why. So everyone seems to have heard this rumor, but no one seems to know exactly where it came from. It seems as if the officer is trying to figure out if the reason he can't find anything is because there's just no truth to the rumor, or if it's because people are just too scared to talk.
My office is out of Charleston, okay? I don't work around Hampton. I know the Murdaughs are highfalutin around Hampton, and, some people say have a lot of power or whatever, but that name doesn't mean anything to me. My job is to find out, you don't have to agree with Stephen's lifestyle, but that don't mean that he gets to be killed and nobody gets to find out what happened. I can tell you this because I know it kind of went back and forth and there were different rumors and about it, him possibly getting hit by a car and this and that. He didn't get hit by no car. Stephen's, his story deserves to be told, and that's what I'm working for.
The officer asks if anyone had heard that Buster and Stephen were involved before Stephen's death, or did this rumor come about afterwards?
Had you ever heard of Stephen and Buster being involved with at all before this?
No, sir, I haven't.
So this was the first time you'd ever heard about something like this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know Stephen at all?
Yes, sir. He was my best friend.
A few months later, an anonymous tip comes in that Xavier, along with another black male and a white male, Buster, are the ones involved in Stephen's death.
Somebody said he got hit by a car or something. That's what you heard. Yeah, he didn't get hit by a car. He did? No, someone murdered him. That's what I'm saying. For what? Why would somebody do that to him? I have no idea. He wasn't involved with nobody, I don't think. Because he was when I played football, he was our trainer. I mean, I've seen him every now and then in school, but other than that, I didn't ever see him. Sure, at school, some kids with the last name Murdaugh. I know a girl, but that's about it. You know the boys? It wasn't too many. Well, one, he graduated with Steve. Right. You hang out with him? Never did. Did you ever go to any of his parties at any time? No, sir. Well, here's the thing. You know, your name's been brought up as a link in this death. So, I mean, if there's anything that you want to say about it, you know, I'd hate to see you go down with whoever killed this boy. Well, I wasn't there. Didn't know about it until later after he died. I heard he was hit by a car. And that was it. Yeah. No, he wasn't.
This interview just doesn't seem to go anywhere, and this is the last reference to them investigating the Murdaugh theory in the case files that I received. Here's what Jessica Smith and Stephen's mother had to say about the Murdaugh rumors at the time of Stephen's death.
You know, saying Buster Murdaugh, the one we went to school with, did it, and some of his friends, and I'm just sitting here like, why? You know, it makes no sense. He's never said anything bad about Stephen. He's never been around Stephen to, you know, I was mind-boggled at that, and I kind of ignored it. And, you know, I haven't heard any more about that.
Has anybody talked to your mom about, you know, rumors and things like that? Has she heard anything that you know of?
She's heard the same exact stuff I've heard, but she's more stuck on Mark did it, and all that, so.
So who is Mark? And what are the other theories surrounding the death of Stephen? Well, I'll be covering those in the next episode. While nothing can be done to bring Stephen back, his family deserves answers. During the investigation into the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, SLED received information that caused them to reopen Stephen's case. We don't know what that information is, but we do know that SLED investigates homicides, and this is great news for the friends and family of Stephen. Stephen's mother said this about her son. I just want to know what really happened to my son, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get justice. This is going to be my first Thanksgiving without him. Just seeing that empty chair there is going to be really hard. I know when Stephen was born, but I don't know exactly when he died. I know what his first words were, but I need to know what his last words were. I want to know who took my son from me. I visited Stephen's grave before my first episode came out. Walking in a cemetery can be an odd experience. Life is so precious, and remembering loved ones is so important. My first stop was visiting Mallory. As I walked through the cemetery, I noticed differences in the grave markers. Some were old and wearing away, some were clean and new, some were beautiful and intricate, while others were just simple markers. Mallory's was beautiful, knowing she had a huge heart for animals. Loved ones had placed figures of dogs around her marker. As I continued on to the next cemetery and began to search for Stephen's grave, I took note of the simple, inexpensive markers. I'm sure the price tag of the marker had no correlation to the family's love for that person. Some families just don't have finances to create a space like Mallory's. I came across Stevens and found that he had one of these simple markers. Knowing how much Stephen meant to so many people who knew him, I thought to myself, I bet we could get enough people to chip in and buy Stephen a new headstone. Turns out I wasn't the only one with that idea. Recently, someone on Facebook organized a group and has been raising money for a new headstone for Stephen. I've included the link to the GoFundMe in the description below. I felt like it would be a great opportunity for my viewers to be a part of this story in a positive way. If you want to give, just know that any amount, no matter how little, will help. Like I said, the link is in the description below. So when I started this series, it was just a side project. The response has been incredible. And honestly, I'm considering covering another case when this one is finished. If I get enough interest, I'm thinking about buying a camper and spending a month in Moab, covering the Gabby Petito case in a similar fashion as this one, getting real footage of real locations and diving deep into the story and evidence surrounding that case. That said, in order to cover another case, I need to know that my viewers want that and are interested in the way that I tell these stories. But as of this moment, only 13% of my viewers are subscribed. If you feel like I've earned your subscription and would be interested in seeing me cover another case when I'm finished with this one, I would be honored if you subscribed. Lastly, if you want to see early releases of these episodes.
All right, so I am all in with this Stephen Smith thing. I think, obviously, there's some dirty shit going on at the law firm. He needed Maggie out of the way for certain reasons. Paul, I can't figure out why he needed his own son gone. But this Stephen Smith thing is really bugging me. And the fact that SLED has reopened it, there is so much. Let me tell you what. Not to disparage the dead about Paul or whatever he calls him. He basically raised his sons the way he is. They think they can get away with anything. Julie said Paul was a little detective and found things out. He was a liability. That, yep. So we get back to Stephen and how he's awesome. This guy is awesome. His name is Eric Allen. I'm going to put in the description, put it in there. I wasn't planning on doing all this today. I was saving it for another day. But he did a deep dive. Not a deep dive like I do, but you know what I mean. Because he's really getting into their backgrounds. And the backgrounds are crazy. How much longer do we have till the trial comes back on? Jules, do you know how much longer till the trial comes back on? Hang on, Tiffany. He's on the stand right now. I've got it live. And they said it's still at lunch. They're still at lunch. Are you watching earlier footage, Tiff? Okay, about 40 minutes. Then we'll get into more about Stephen.
Over the past couple of weeks, did you notice anything strange about his actions or anything that seemed to be bothering him? That as a mother, you know, get that mother's intuition.
Him not studying like he normally did.
And would you?
He even didn't go to school. He played hooky from school, and he never missed school.
Was it within the past couple of weeks? Had this really started?
Yes.
Okay. So that's something that you felt like was odd that he was doing.
Right.
Last episode, we went to Hampton, South Carolina, and started to explore the mysterious death of a young man named Stephen Smith. Could his death be connected to the Murdaugh family? It's definitely possible, as the Stephen Smith case was recently reopened because of information that the South Carolina law enforcement received while investigating the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh. But there's quite a bit more to the story surrounding Stephen's death. In this episode, we're going to explore 3 other possibilities that could have resulted in the death of Stephen Smith. At Stephen's wake, a man that the family had never met before showed up.
When he came to the wake, he popped out of nowhere. And he asked my aunt, is this Stephen Smith's family and everything? And my aunt said, yeah. And he was like, well, I'm Stephen's boyfriend. What got me was my dad told me to take him in there to go see Stephen. And I said, brace yourself. It don't look like him. He's like, I'm fine. He stopped at the door, called somebody and said, yes, Stephen's dead. And then hung up. Didn't say nothing else. Then we walked to the casket. And he looked. He's like, what was it? I said, a hit and run. And then he was like, no, he was beat to death. And I kind of looked at him like, how would you know? And then he was like, was he sexually assaulted? I said, I don't know. And then he left.
So this man claims to be Stephen's boyfriend. The officers interview Mark at his house. Before you listen, I want to help you understand Mark a bit. Mark is in his late 40s. In the interview, he says he takes a drug called Seroquel. Seroquel is used to treat bipolar and schizophrenia. He oftentimes says things that don't quite make sense or goes off on seemingly unrelated tangents.
How long have y'all been together?
His birthday is the 29th of January. He was shaking his booty at the club and he wasn't even 18. So that's probably why that club was closed, because his birthday is the 29th. And
What I'm saying, how long have y'all been together?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was shaking his butt at the club.
So you met him back in January, basically.
When he was supposedly was 18, but his birthday is not until the 19th.
Right.
29th, I mean.
So you met him.
And he wasn't even 18, but we didn't do anything because he had to leave.
Okay.
Stephen was 19 when he died, so it would have been about a year and a half prior to his death that Mark first met Stephen. He explains that he and Stephen were texting and calling the day and night that Stephen died. Mark recalls speaking with Stephen and hearing trucks and tires going down the road, as well as dogs barking, which led Mark to believe that Stephen was walking down the road. Mark says the cell signal cut off, and that's the last time that he spoke with Stephen.
When was the last time you talked to Stephen?
That night.
All right. About what time? Not the text, but about what time is the last time you talked to him?
You have to remember with all this, I took my Seroquel sometime. I can't remember if the call came.
I'm just asking for a roundabout time.
I can't remember if it came after the text or before the text, because the last call I heard, I asked him on one of the calls, are you walking? Because he already told me he was out of gas. He was running out of gas. One of the calls before. And I says, are you walking? Because I hear cars going by, and his answer to me was no. And then the call dropped.
Do you remember if it was daytime or nighttime when it was this going on?
This was at night. This was 3 a.m.
Okay.
I believe the last text, if my mind calls me correct, that I looked at it was 3:37 a.m.
Now, was he coming over here?
He was supposed to be. He was supposed to be on the way. But from what I'm learning, he was headed home.
I did some research on Mark and found some interesting things. Underage boys seems to be a recurring theme. You heard earlier Mark talking about Stephen when he was underage, but Mark claims that he was unaware. I found a comment thread on Mark's Facebook about 1 month after Stephen's death. Here's what it read. Look, leave Raymond alone or you're going to have to deal with me, and you won't like where you go. I have not said nothing bad to Raymond at all, we just talk. So if you have something to say to me, say it, but don't backtalk me. I am his aunt and he is 16, so you need to keep your gay comments to yourself and delete him, because you will be turned in for child if you don't. Thank you, have a nice day. He said he was 18 years old to me, so I did not know. I did not send him anything, pic of me at all. So if there is a pic of me, it is not mine. The third mention of underage boys was in an interview with Jessica Smith.
Then he said him and Stephen got in an argument about this 22-year-old, whatever. So he showed me his phone.
Do you know the 22-year-old they're talking about?
All I know is in Mark's phone, it says a 22-year-old I met in the store. But Mark told me he never met the guy. And he showed me pictures of this guy, and I swear he looked 13. He showed me full
body.
Yes.
Okay.
And this guy looked 13, and I told him, I said, that's like my nephew right there. He's 8 and he's got a body like that. You know, this guy didn't hit puberty or nothing. He was like, well, he's 22. And I was like, okay.
Jessica also doesn't believe that Mark knew Stephen nearly as long as Mark claims. As I looked through Mark's Facebook, I found plenty of posts about Stephen, but almost all of them were after his death. The earliest post I could find was a few months before Stephen's death, when Mark changed his relationship status. Looking at this post, I remembered that you can add and change life events retroactively, and figured out that he actually posted this 2 weeks and 2 days before Stephen's death. So Mark claims to have known Stephen for a year and a half, but the first time he posts about Stephen is only 16 days before his death. It's possible they knew each other for longer, but I definitely found this interesting, especially in the context of this next clip.
You said he started acting real funny about his life, I guess, about what he was doing. And it was about 2 weeks prior to his death.
He was acting a little secretive.
Okay, so he was becoming more secretive then. And then was that with the whole family, including you?
Yeah, that was with the whole family.
Could Mark be responsible for the death of Stephen? Maybe, but Mark is extremely open to the cops thoroughly investigating him.
Let me ask you this question. You willing to take a lie detector test saying you don't know anything about his death or had anything to do with that death?
I know a lot about what.
I didn't ask you that. Are you willing to?
I'm willing to take a lie detector test. You want me to bend over backwards? You want me to do whatever you need me to do? I'm telling you, I'm not the one.
Okay.
I don't care what you want me to do.
Okay.
I will do anything you need.
Okay.
I have. You want to search? You want to search the house? Go ahead and do what you gotta do.
No.
I'm telling you.
Like
what,
I said,
you want to search the car? Search the car.
Right now.
I have no issue with whatever you
I
want to
know,
do.
and like I said, right
I'm
now,
not the one you're looking for.
right now, you're the closest thing though that we get information from.
Now, what I know is I feel that the escort agency has something to do with this.
I need to preface this theory. I contemplated deeply about including this theory in the video. It's information that Stephen might not want out there, but I also know that by putting this out there, there's a chance that if people start talking about it, the truth ends up coming out, and we actually get justice for Stephen Smith. In Mark's interview, it comes up that Stephen was using an escort service and Craigslist to make money. If Mark was the only one who said this, I probably wouldn't even include it as a theory, but Jessica Smith confirms this activity is something that was going on. From what I can tell, it doesn't seem like it had been going on for very long.
Did you ever know of Stephen advertising on these chat rooms or anything? I mean,
Yeah, he put himself out there.
So he did let people know he was available.
Yeah.
And when we say advertising, we're talking about for money as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When he started getting real secretive, there's a possibility that he might have been doing some of that, receiving money, but y'all just didn't know that. And he may not wanted y'all to know.
In addition to Craigslist, there was an escort service that Stephen may have been involved with.
What I know is I feel that the escort agency has something to do with this. Because he told me when he came Saturday that I was going to have to get waxed down, everything, and look like a boy. And it was going to be, and I said, I'm not comfortable with father-son deal when we're boyfriend and boyfriend.
okay. Where's the escort agency?
That I don't know because I only learned about this a couple weeks ago. I don't have information on what escort agency, where it is. Any of the kids, the younger kids, I hate to say it, and it's sick as a could be, if they're 19 or if they're 25 or 36, they want them looking like boys. 90% of these guys that are using the escort agency are guys that have money, and they're usually older, and they're looking for guys that look like kids.
But it seems like the escort agency actually offered a bit of protection, and Craigslist, or freelance as Mark will put it, is where the real danger is.
The reason why we use escort agencies, Craigslist is entirely a no-no a lot of times. People are getting killed. An escort agency, how it works is if I go out on a job, once I get to my destination, I call there. They know I'm there. Once I go in and meet with the customer, if I move to another location or they want to move me, I got to call the escort agency. That's the difference about using an escort agency and doing a freelance. Freelance, you're going to wind up somewhere dead.
Stephen's mother finds a pass to a gated community on Hilton Head in Stephen's car. The police reach out to the gentleman.
How did you meet Stephen?
So he had placed an ad on Craigslist, so I responded to it. And so he met me I guess it was the evening of June 28th.
Okay. You're not going to be in any trouble for how you answer this question, but for this, was any money exchanged?
No.
About how many times did you talk to him prior to that to plan the meeting?
I think we only texted that day. I would never do any harm to anybody, but I know there are some crazy people out there, so I don't do this kind of thing very often, but I just, you read about some bad things that happen once in a while.
I don't think that this man had anything to do with Stephen's death, but this shows that he was not only posting, but actually following through and meeting up with people as well. Craigslist has actually taken down this section of their website because it was just too dangerous for people. 2 weeks leading up to Stephen's death, he was acting out of character and coming home late. The night of his death, he was out at 3 a.m. Could Stephen's death have been a Craigslist meetup gone wrong? It seems like a real possibility.
He said that he was being harassed at that store. Babu. He said it was a couple of guys in the pickup truck. He said they were rednecks. The last time we talked, that night, before the phone went down, I heard big mud tires. Big mud tires.
In December of 2015, 5 months after Stephen's death, a Hampton police officer reaches out to the highway patrol. He has some new information about Stephen's death. I'm going to put up a graphic for this conversation because, unlike rumor trains we have seen before, this one is relatively short and the relationships are pretty strong. This doesn't guarantee that this is true, but in my opinion, it gives it a little bit more credibility when you really understand where it's coming from.
Sergeant again.
Sorry again, this is Corporal Douglas with the Highway Patrol.
Hey man, how you doing?
Good. I'm calling you in reference to, I believe somebody come to you about the case we have there in Hampton County, and I believe this come from, is it a Darren? Is that correct?
It's Daryl.
Daryl? Okay.
Yep.
Do you know Daryl?
He is my stepdad, technically. Daryl was dating Patrick's mama.
Okay.
So Patrick's basically, he just looked at him as a father figure. He'd take him fishing and hunting and things of that such. So.
Okay. Can you tell me what was told to you? We've tried to get in touch with Patrick, but he's kind of avoiding the call, the contact, and all.
Basically, Daryl called me and he said, "Look, this is what I was told. Patrick, come over here to the house." He told me that Sean was drunk and hit something. He said he went back the next day to see what it was he had hit, and he seen a lot of police out there. And then he learned, I guess by media, that somebody had been killed in that same area. That's why the police were there. He said that Sean called him crying, saying that that's what had happened.
Okay.
And then Patrick was telling Daryl, and Daryl told me that Patrick was crying, telling him, and after he got finished telling the story, he walked outside his house and threw up.
Okay.
He said, Nick, I think that Patrick was with him. He said, why else would he throw up and get all upset like that? Because somebody else had done something.
Right. Did he go into any detail about how it happened?
So, supposedly he had fixed his mirror. He had patched one of the mirrors up on the truck.
Okay, all right.
They try to reach out to Daryl and even go looking for Patrick, but are unable to connect with either of them.
Had a couple of people out looking for Patrick. Do you know any other way we can contact him?
I can get a number. I'm not positive. I can't say that he would answer.
Right.
This one audio interview and a single paragraph in the case notes are the only things made available in the case files that I got from Highway Patrol. I decided to do some digging on my own. I checked out Patrick's accounts first. His Facebook only went back to 2019, but his Instagram went back to August of 2015, 1 month after Stephen was found dead. I did find this timing interesting. Either he just happened to create an Instagram 1 month after Stephen died, or he deleted everything from the time Stephen died and back. As I kept looking through Sean's social media, I noticed that he hung out at a farm quite a bit. I remembered there was a farm less than a mile down the road from where Stephen's body was found. The police even had a quick interview with the owner, a farmer named Mr. McMillan. Here's what it said. We then went to McMillan Farms on the same road, and Lieutenant Corporal Rowell and I spoke with Mr. McMillan, who runs the farm. After speaking with Mr. McMillan, he advised his trucks weren't running at this particular time since there was no grain to haul. Could this be the same farm that Sean seems to spend so much time at? It seemed like a long shot as there's so much farmland in that area, but I decided to try and figure it out. The first thing I noticed was most of Sean's photos at the farm are in Crocketville. Crocketville is a small area outside of Hampton where Stephen's body was found. I then came across this photo with the hashtag McMillan Farms. Okay, so we know he spends time at that farm. Then I came across this picture of Sean and his grandfather. Turns out Sean's grandfather is Mr. McMillan, the man that the police spoke to the day Stephen died, less than a mile from the crime scene. Let me be clear here. None of this proves that Sean was involved in Stephen's death. But looking at all of the evidence together, it does seem like this angle should be investigated much further. The last thing that we need to explore when looking at this theory is the timing of it.
We got this back on December the 9th, and we've had a couple of people out looking for Patrick.
Remember last episode when I said a tip came in about Xavier and Buster being involved in Stephen's death? This tip came in on December 7th. The tip about Sean came in 2 days later on December 9th. Not much was going on 5 months after his death, so the timing of these makes me wonder if they are connected somehow. I can think of 3 reasons these tips came in so close together. 1, it really just is a coincidence, and they had nothing to do with each other. 2, the tip about Xavier and Buster was real, and potentially the Murdaughs got Daryl to make up the Sean story to throw the police off. Or 3, the tip about Patrick and Sean is real, and the anonymous tip about Xavier and Buster is the one that was put in to throw the police off. We don't know how long it took for Daryl to contact the police after Patrick told him about Sean. So it's totally possible that Daryl and Patrick's conversation took place before the Buster and Xavier tip was put in. There was one sentence in the police notes about the Sean tip that I can't quite wrap my head around. The last sentence in the report says this: Daryl stated that the reason he was passing this information on was because Randy Murdaugh told him to call. What does this mean? There is no explanation for the context of this, and there was no audio recording of Daryl speaking with an officer. Did Daryl reach out to Randy Murdaugh for advice after Patrick told him about Sean, and Randy told him to call the police? Or could this mean something else? I have no idea. So could the death of Stephen Smith be related to the murder of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh? I actually think it's possible, and I have a theory that connects the boating accident, the death of Stephen, and the murder of Paul and Maggie together. Looking through Sean's profiles, I saw that around the time of Stephen's death, he was best friends with someone we have seen in this story before, Anthony Cook. Sean and Patrick were friends with Anthony, Connor, and Paul. I'll be covering that theory in the next episode, which will partially cover the death of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh. One thing that I want to address in this episode is how important it is to presume innocence until proven guilty. The people we spoke about in this episode might be completely innocent. I couldn't help but think what it would be like to be featured as a murder suspect in a video that's going to get thousands or hundreds of thousands of views, and knowing that I had nothing to do with it. At the end of the day, we don't really know what happened, but somebody does. If you are watching this and you have information that could help bring justice to Stephen, I want to encourage you to do the right thing and reach out to the authorities. If you are the one responsible for Stephen's death and you're watching this right now, you do not have to keep this secret forever. It will eat away at you until the day that you die. You can choose right now to do the right thing. It won't be easy and it will have consequences, but I promise you, you will feel better. you'll be giving Stephen and his loved ones the answers that they've been searching for so long. You'll be able to live out the rest of your life knowing that you made a huge mistake, but that you had the courage to own up to it and do the right thing. On December 30th of 2021, an event was held to honor the life of Stephen Smith. Money was raised for a scholarship fund in Stephen's name as we gathered and celebrated his life. I got to spend time with a few other friends that are also telling this story and had the honor of meeting Stephen's mother. At the event, she was gifted a beautiful painting of Stephen. His death was a huge loss, but I think he would smile seeing that his legacy is having a positive impact on the world. Thank you all so much for watching. If you feel like I've earned your subscription,
Dude, I think Buster and Xavier are all over this murder with Stephen. What do you guys think? It's all the way this guy puts everything out. I'm addicted to his channel, by the way. It's Eric Allen. Here, I'm going to put it in here real quick. Hang on. Do you guys want to watch the next episode, or do you want to watch Buster testify from yesterday and then get ready because they will be back in court here in a few minutes? Replay crew said yes. Angel P said the music is too relaxing for me. Man, I need some very somber background music. People seem like they're really good at what they're doing when they've got awesome background music playing. Have you noticed that? It's like they can be as dumb as a rock, but with the right lighting and the right music, it's like you're watching a Dances with Wolves or something. I've got to get some background music. I'm going to work on that. He's really good. Now, I don't know why he's going to get in this Gabby Petito thing. Here, I'm going to put his... Yeah, it's not going to work. I'll put it in the description. Remind me, though, because I'm kind of bad about that sometimes. All right, where was I? All right, so we have just enough time for this next episode. Rock on. Yeah, I don't know why he's going to get into this Gabby Petito thing. It's been covered a million times. Barb says Metallica. You want Metallica in the background? All righty. So as I've been getting into all this stuff with Stephen Smith, Xavier, Buster's dirty deeds, it makes you wonder if Alex is 100% guilty, 110% guilty, or just a little bit. Shep, can someone time Shep out? I'm just kidding. Shep said, play Rihanna.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to ambulance immediately. My wife and child just got badly.
Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
the last 4 episodes, we looked at a boating accident in Beaufort, South Carolina, as well as a mysterious death on Sandy Run Road near Hampton, South Carolina. Could these deaths be linked to the murder of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh? Before we dive into how these events could be connected, let's quickly recap what we have covered so far. The Murdaugh family has been practicing law in South Carolina for over 100 years, and 3 generations of Murdaughs served as solicitors from 1920 until 2005. Randolph Murdaugh III's son, Alec, was married to Maggie, and they had 2 kids together, Buster and Paul. In July of 2015, Stephen Smith was found dead in the middle of Sandy Run Road near Hampton, South Carolina.
This collision occurred approximately at night. As far as evidence here, there is only evidence of where the body was found.
Like, did you know the Murdaugh boys are behind it? Saying Buster Murdaugh, the one we went to school with, did it, and some of his friends.
You want me to bend over backwards? You want me to do whatever you need me to do? I'm telling you, I'm not the one.
Sean was drunk and hit something.
Okay.
Daryl told me that Patrick was crying, telling him, and after he got finished telling the story, he walked outside his house and threw up.
Fast forward a few years to February of 2019, when 6 people aboard the Murdaugh's boat crashed into a bridge in Beaufort, South Carolina, resulting in the death of Mallory Beach. Aboard the boat were Paul Murdaugh and his girlfriend Morgan, Connor Cook and his girlfriend Miley, and Connor's cousin Anthony Cook with his girlfriend Mallory. Looking at the evidence, I believe it was unclear who was driving the boat, but Paul was charged and was pleading not guilty to 2 felony charges of boating under the influence resulting in bodily harm and 1 felony charge of boating under the influence resulting in death. At the time of Paul's death in June of 2021, he was waiting on a trial date to be set. It was a warm summer night in rural South Carolina when Alec Murdaugh pulled into a 1,700-acre hunting lodge. The family called this property Moselle and were actually using it as their main home at the time. That night, Alec had been at the hospital visiting his sick father, Randolph Murdaugh III. It was around 10 p.m. when he got home, and when his son and wife didn't meet him at the door, he decided to check and see if maybe they were down at the kennels tending to the hunting dogs. What Alec found when he arrived was a horrific scene. His 22-year-old son, Paul, had been shot twice with a shotgun, once in the shoulder and once in the head. And his 52-year-old wife, Maggie, had been shot multiple times with a rifle. The time is 10:07 p.m. when Alec calls 911. The entire call is about 7 minutes, but we've cut out a lot of dead space for this video.
This is Alec Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child are shot badly.
Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay. Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel.
Okay, and did you see anyone? Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
What color is your house on the outside?
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alec Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find them?
No, ma'am. I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh. Oh, man. Oh.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you. Me asking you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them's moving.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, I not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there. Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been en route with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you. Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are?
21.
Do you have your flashers on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Oh. Ma'am, I'm going to call. I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you.
Absolutely.
Okay. But we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashers on for me?
I do.
Okay. All right. Just whenever you see them.
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay?
And I will answer if you call.
All right.
Police arrived shortly after and secured the scene. Unlike the two other events that we have covered, the investigation into this case has very little info that's been made available to the public. Here's what we know at the time of recording this episode. The coroner determined the time of death to be between 9 and 9:30 p.m., so Alec discovered the body shortly after the murders took place. Maggie's phone was missing from the scene and was found the day after the murders on another road near the property. Alec and Buster put out a $100,000 reward for info leading to the arrest of Paul and Maggie's killers. One thing that many people point out when looking at this incident is the fact that Paul lived in Columbia, South Carolina at the time. He spent most of his time there, some of it at the Moselle property, some of it at the River House near Beaufort, and some of it at the house on Edisto Beach. The Murdaugh family had multiple properties, so it's believed that the killers would have to be familiar with the family to know when they would have been at Moselle. The investigation into the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh is still ongoing, and at the time of recording this, nearly 6 months after the murders took place, law enforcement has made almost no information available to the public. I've been doing some speculating in the series, but I've been trying to keep it reasonable and be responsible about it. Some of my personal thoughts I've left out of these videos because I didn't feel like there was enough evidence to support them. This episode is going to be a little different. In order to cover the theories surrounding who killed Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, we have to speculate. While I will give as much evidence as I can to support each theory, the evidence is extremely limited and much of it is circumstantial. Remember, the idea of being innocent until proven guilty is extremely important, and as we look at these theories, we want to hold our belief in them lightly and with a grain of salt, knowing that they're just possibilities. There has been speculation that the murders of Paul and Maggie were somehow retaliation for the death of Stephen Smith. In my opinion, this doesn't really make any sense. Buster was the one potentially implicated in the death of Stephen, not Paul or Maggie. In addition, I've met Stephen's mother, Sandy, and I know people who actually know her, and she really is the sweetest lady. Stephen's mother was questioned by the police and nothing came of it. Stephen's father passed away in 2015, years before the murders of Paul and Maggie. There's honestly not much to cover here. We do know the investigation into Stephen Smith was reopened based on information received while investigating the murders of Paul and Maggie, but I think that might tie into another theory. When I first heard about the murder of Paul and Maggie, it was told to me in the context of the boating accident. My roommate John, who's actually been helping me with these videos, came home and said, "Did you hear what happened to the guy who was driving the boat when Mallory Beach died? Him and his mother were shot." It's easy to speculate that their deaths were revenge killings for Mallory's death, whether that be from Mallory's boyfriend Anthony or from Mallory's family. Here's what we know. All of the parties involved in the boating accident voluntarily submitted to questioning, as well as provided DNA samples. We don't have recordings of the interviews available, as this is an ongoing case. Mallory's family came out with this statement via their lawyers after the murders of Paul and Maggie. This is what it said. The Beach family extends its deepest and warmest sympathies to the Murdaugh family during this terrible time. Having suffered the devastating loss of their own daughter, the family prays that the Murdaughs can find some level of peace from this tragic loss. They would like the family and the community to know that their thoughts and continued prayers are with the Murdaughs. It is their most sincere hope that someone will come forward and cooperate with the authorities so that the perpetrator of these senseless crimes can be brought to justice. In an interview with Paul's uncles, they share that Paul had been receiving death threats. While Paul had not been found guilty in court, as a local, I can confidently say that he had been found guilty in the court of public opinion, and locally he was pretty well disliked. The fact that he was receiving death threats doesn't surprise me at all. There's a small possibility that his death was a result of locals taking action into their own hands, but at this time there's no evidence to support that. We know that the investigation into the death of Stephen Smith was reopened because of information received while investigating the murders of Paul and Maggie, but we don't know what that information is. Remember Sean and Patrick from the previous episode? Let's get to know them a little better.
As far as Patrick goes, what do you feel about Patrick?
As far as a good-hearted person, I think he is, but I think he's a little.
Is he shady? Yeah, I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be, put words in your mouth. Don't get me wrong, but that's the best way I kind of describe people sometimes when.
Well, that was the word I had in my mind, but I was trying to think of a better way to put it.
I understand.
His real dad is not a outstanding society member.
Been arrested, before.
Yeah, and I think he's in some drugs and stuff like that. So.
Do you think Patrick, does he have a criminal background?
He was charged with attempted murder, but I'm not exactly sure what the circumstances behind that was. I want to say that was one of them times that they may have charged him a higher charge to work their way down.
Yes, sir. I understand.
He's a little shady. Okay. That's probably the perfect word to use.
Okay.
In 2015, Patrick lost his temper and shot at a vehicle with people inside. Sean was with him at the time. Patrick was charged with attempted murder, but the charges ended up being dropped. Just a few months later, their names are brought up in the death of Stephen Smith. At that time, Patrick and Sean were friends with Paul, Anthony, and Connor. Here's the theory. Let's say some combination of this friend group were present the night that Stephen Smith died. And because they were all friends, this entire group knew about what happened that night. Fast forward to the boating accident. Paul is charged and awaiting a trial date to be set. He's under a lot of pressure and tells the friend group, if you don't come forward and say that I wasn't driving the boat, I'm going to come forward about what really happened to Stephen Smith. Patrick and Sean weren't even on the boat that night in 2019, but if Anthony or Connor didn't come forward to clear Paul's name, Patrick, Sean, and whoever else was there the night that Stephen died would be implicated in the death of Stephen Smith. This theory doesn't assert how Stephen died, whether it was some sort of accident or on purpose. It also doesn't assert that Paul was or wasn't driving the boat. Whether he was driving or not, he could still make the threat for the others to come forward and clear his name. The core of this theory is that Paul was killed to keep the truth from coming out about what happened the night Stephen Smith died. So how much evidence is there to support this theory? I'm going to be honest, there's not much, but there isn't much evidence to support any theory. And as someone who has spent tons of time researching this case, I just couldn't shake this one. At the end of the day, we do know that 2 people lost their lives. This was said about Maggie Murdaugh in her obituary. Maggie graduated from the University of South Carolina in 1991, where she met her husband, Alec. She was a member of Kappa Delta sorority and has kept in touch with many of these friends over the years. Maggie and Alec raised their 2 sons in Hampton, South Carolina, and enjoyed spending their summers at their beach house in Edisto. Maggie had a heart of pure generosity and loved welcoming friends and family into her home on any given occasion. She adored her family and cherished spending time on the boat with her 2 sons. She will be remembered as a second mom to her sons' many friends. She made the most out of every situation and lived each day to the fullest.
You may bring the jury. All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Murdaugh, I want to go to June the 7th, 2021, in your meeting with Jean Seckinger.
Okay.
Do you remember meeting Ms. Seckinger?
I do.
And what was the meeting about?
Jeannie came up to me and asked me previously, Annette Griswold had come to me and asked me about the fee check in the Ferris case. And Jeannie was coming to me and saying that she was following up on that. If she didn't, she wouldn't be doing her job, and asked me some questions,
Well, let me ask you
which I understood.
briefly, the Ferris fee, what originally happened to it? The PMPED portion of the Ferris fee.
I mean, originally,
Yes, sir. Did it come to you directly?
yes,
Should have come to you directly.
no.
Did, when Ms. Seckinger asked you about where the fee was, what'd you tell her?
I can't remember exactly what I told her. The conversation got interrupted very quickly, but I told Jeannie that the funds were in Chris Wilson's account and nothing to worry about. I didn't know where the mix-up came from.
What was your level of concern about Ms. Seckinger's inquiry to you on June the 7th?
There was some level of concern because she's asking me about money that I took that I wasn't supposed to have. So certainly I had some level of concern, but it wasn't a very big concern. As you heard testimony earlier, at some point, Annette Griswold had sent Chris Wilson an email, something to the effect of, Alec thinks he has more expenses or something like that, seeking financial documents from Chris Wilson. When Chris Wilson got, I wasn't copied on that, but when Chris Wilson got that, Chris Wilson called me up and he's like, you know, what is this all about?
Pardon?
I said objection rules 801 and 802, Your Honor.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm not asking for what Chris Wilson said, and I'll move on. I accept the objection. Were you concerned about Chris Wilson opening his trust account records to your law firm?
No, I was not concerned about that at all.
And why were you not concerned?
I knew that one of the people that Chris Wilson, as you heard, Chris Wilson and I were very close. We talked every day. I did work with him all the time. And I mean, he was one of the people closest to me in the whole world. I knew everything about him. And I knew he was going through one of his partners, and he and his partner had split up. A partner and an associate had moved to a firm in Charleston. The partner was going through a divorce, and the wife of the partner was trying to get Chris Wilson's trust documents in that case to find out money her husband got. It didn't have anything to do with Chris and I or anything. It totally had to do with that. But I knew that Chris Wilson was not going to send any financial documents to my law firm, at least at that time, and at least not anytime soon. So while I'm sure it registered with me that I got to deal with this, at that particular time, it wasn't anything that was a big deal.
Was there an immediate urgency to the situation on June the 7th?
No.
And I believe there's Ms. Seconder testified about your conversation with her. You learned that your dad was going back in the hospital.
That's correct. There was a text. I can't remember if that text came from my brother Randy or my brother John, but they were the ones that were taking my dad back to the hospital that day. And whichever one was with him, I believe it was John was with him at the hospital, but I know Randy was with him at some treatments. It's in those documents. But bottom line is, we got a text saying, we knew my dad was really sick. He had cancer and he couldn't breathe. And there was a big issue about whether his inability to breathe was coming from an obstruction caused by the cancer, which was the worst case scenario. And that's what it ended up being ultimately. And that's what he died from. But this particular text was saying, okay, we're putting him back in the hospital. The doctor thinks it's pneumonia, and which was, you know, I mean, pneumonia is never a good thing, but when compared to cancer, at that time, pneumonia, that was a good thing to learn that.
So on the 7th, where the information you had, were you believe at that time that the prognosis was pretty positive for your father?
Well, it was better than the alternative. I'm not going to say it was good, but it was better than the alternative and what we had previously thought it was. It didn't stay good very long, but it definitely was better.
Do you know whether or not you told Ms. Seconder that that your dad's condition was terminal on the 7th? Do you remember whether you said that or not?
No, I wouldn't have said that at that time. And what Jeannie, as soon as the thing comes through that my dad's going in the hospital, Jeannie and I, as you heard, I mean, she stopped the meeting. We stopped it. It lasted a couple minutes. Now, my dad's going in the hospital, and the very next day, we learned that he's terminal. And I'm just sure that a year or the amount of time that's gone by, Jeannie assumed she was terminal. He was terminal.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Mr. Murdaugh, On June the 7th, did you believe that your financial house of cards was about to crumble?
On June the 7th?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely not.
Had you had, and I think there's documented evidence, state introduced, had you had reached out to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank about extending a line of credit on the Moselle property?
Yeah, I had reached out to him. I can't remember the date of that text, but it was fairly recently. I had reached out to Russell.
And on June 7th, did you have equity in the Moselle property that, or you and Maggie had equity in that Moselle property?
Sure. And I mean, Moselle was fully in Maggie's name.
Okay.
But yes, there was equity in Moselle. In looking at the documents that had been used, there was $1,800,000 owed. There was an appraisal for $3.3 million without timber value. And so on 1,700 acres, I don't know what the timber value was, but if you just set $1,000 an acre, that'd be another $1,000,000-something in value over and above the appraisal. I doubt the timber value was that high. I'm just using that as an example, but if it was 500, it'd be another $800,000. So, there was several $1,000,000 in equity in that Moselle property.
All right. And did you have equity in the Edisto Beach House?
Yes.
And around June 7th, how much equity did you have in the Edisto Beach House?
If I remember the records correctly, there was about $250,000 owed on that house, and whatever the value was at the time, I think there's a contract for just under $1 million, so $700 and something thousand.
Did Maggie's death make it more difficult to obtain financing immediately after the murder around June 7th, 8th?
Maggie's, yes.
How so?
Because the entire Moselle property was 100% in Maggie's name. The Edisto property was 50% in Maggie's name. So I was only a half owner. So with Maggie, all I had to do is get her to sign the documents, which she always did. I mean, she didn't question finances. So, I mean, she signed the papers. When Maggie wasn't here, there was estate issues. I couldn't go and sign the papers like I would normally go and get a loan. So I couldn't.
Okay. Was there a hearing scheduled in the boating lawsuit where you were a defendant set for that week?
Yes.
Do you remember what day it was scheduled for?
Well, I mean, I've heard the testimony, and I'm sure I knew at the time it's June the 10th, Thursday, June the 10th.
What was your level of concern about that hearing coming up on June the 10th?
About that hearing?
Yes, sir.
My level of concern about that hearing was about the venue motion that was coming up, which
Now, what do you mean by venue?
the venue motion is, venue is where a civil lawsuit is pending. And so there's laws and rules that govern where you can bring a case. There's laws and rules that govern how certain parties, a defendant or a plaintiff, can go about trying to move it from one place to another. So in this case, the plaintiffs, the Beach family, had filed suit in Hampton County. Parker's was trying to move venue to Beaufort County. And I wanted the case to stay in Hampton County. And really, that was my only thought about, I wasn't doing the legal work on those. I was a party in that case. I wasn't. I mean, Danny Henderson was primarily representing me personally. John Tiller and Amy Bauer were representing me personally. And Dawes Cook was representing me personally. And those are the guys that were doing the legal work. So, you know, I wasn't actually doing that work, but what I was concerned about was the venue motion. I'd already done what I had to do for the financial motion. And Danny Henderson was on me about getting him a financial statement because.
Let's stop. So there was a motion to compel and seek a lot of financial records from you. Was that correct?
Absolutely.
And were you concerned that your house, financial house, was going to be opened up for the world as a result of that hearing?
No, I've been a plaintiff's lawyer like Mr. Tinsley that sat here. We do the same exact thing. In my law firm, the guys in my law firm are some of the best lawyers that I've ever known. And they're definitely some of the best lawyers in the state, handling some of the biggest cases that have ever gone on in this state. In my 27 years of practicing, plaintiffs always are trying to look and get financial documents of corporate defendants, of, you know, those type things. In my 27 years, I've never been able to get a judge to order anything more than a net worth statement prior to getting into a phase at trial. So early on in the case, I am not aware of, I personally have never, despite trying repeatedly, have never been able to get a judge to order the kind of information that Mark Tinsley was saying he was seeking.
Were you working on a document for that upcoming hearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
A financial statement. A financial statement lists your assets and your liabilities.
And had you reached out to Jeannie Seconder later the day on the 7th to get your current balance of your retirement account?
You know, I don't remember doing that, but that'd certainly be something that I did. And because I know I'd have to have that for that financial statement. And the document that I prepared was what Mark Ball talked about that he found later in my office. And it was it was handwritten, ready to be typed up by, you know, because of the charges against Paul, I kept everything very close in the civil case. It was Danny in his office. It was doing it. And I had that document prepared, handwritten in the neatest handwriting that I could make, because a secretary other than mine, or paralegal other than mine, was going to be the person who was going to put that financial information into the final document. And that's the document that Mark Ball talked about that he found on my desk whenever it was that he found it. Okay. So that was what was going to be, if necessary, what was going to be used Thursday.
Well, the jury's heard about testimony of you stealing client funds. Did you do that?
I did.
Did you steal or divert that Ferris fee away from the law firm?
I did.
How did you get in such a financial predicament that led you to steal money that wasn't yours?
You know, I'm not quite sure how I let myself get where I got, but it came from, you know, I battled that addiction for so many years. I was spending so much money on pills. I got in a spot I couldn't.
Now, what type of
Yeah.
addiction are you referring to?
My addiction is to opiate painkillers,
And when did you,
specifically oxycodone, OxyContin.
and when did you first become dependent or addicted to opioids?
Oxycodone or opiates in general.
Opiates in general?
I'm not quite sure of the exact date, but I can give you a time frame. I hurt my knee really bad playing football in college, and I had a knee surgery. And the medical science at the time was such that the surgery didn't work, bottom line. So it just didn't last. So within a couple of years of that, I started having a lot of knee troubles. And ultimately, I had to have a couple of surgeries, but the last surgery I had was, I think, around 2002 or 4. And I think it was around 4. So I would have started taking hydrocodone a couple of years before that. And I took hydrocodone, got addicted to that very quickly. I continued taking that for a long time. I'd force myself off of it, wean myself off of it. I'd go back to it. I battled that for a long time. And after a while, I was taking so much of that, I moved on to oxycodone. And, I'm guessing that was around 2000, that transition was around 2008, 9, something like that. And of course, it just escalates. And
Did you receive treatment or go to detox on occasion?
I did.
How many times?
That I went to detox or that I detoxed?
Well, let's start with going to a detox facility.
I've been to a detox facility 3 times.
When was the first time?
December of 2017.
Okay. And before December 2017, had you tried to detox at home?
I tried to detox everywhere I could. Maggie would help me. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you went in to was it inpatient facility?
The detoxes, the formal detoxes that I went to?
In December 2017.
Yes, it was inpatient. And all 3 formal detoxes that I've done have been at the same facility called Sunrise Detox in Atlanta, Georgia.
And is
very good facility.
Jury's heard a audio tape of a telephone conference with SLED agents. Was that where you were during that meeting with Mr. Harpootli and I?
That's correct.
The first time you went to the detox in Atlanta, how long of a stay is that? Did you stay?
7 days is the opiate detox program.
And is there a difference between detox and rehab?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Detox is it's the act of getting the drugs out of your system, getting to the point where, okay, there is no longer a physical dependency, all right? And that's a big difference than the rest of the dependency, but the physical dependency is supposed to be gone after 7 days. So in other words, there's so many things. Opiate withdrawal is, it's hard. But supposedly at the end of 7 days, you don't have those physical symptoms like, I don't want to be too graphic, but you're sick, you throw up, you have terrible diarrhea, You sweat like you're running a marathon. You can't hold your legs still. You can't lay down. Now, like what I'm talking about, the legs moving, that goes away after about 24 hours. So, after about 24 hours, you can lay down again and maybe sleep some, but you sweat, you throw up. You just have, there's so many issues, but after 7 days, those are supposed to be over. That's what detox is, the detoxification of your body.
And what's rehab?
Rehab is the period that you go to learn how to stay off. You supposedly off after detox. Rehab is where you get help staying off.
And before September 2021, had you ever gone to that second stage of rehab?
No.
So in December 2017, how long did it take you to relapse once you got home from detox?
Not long at all. You're still going through, this physical dependency is gone. You still have, you're still so sick.
Is that something you've been battling for quite some time?
As long as I can remember.
How long have you been drug-free, opioid-free?
535 days. And I'm very proud of that.
I want to ask you questions about Labor Day weekend 2021.
Okay.
You remember being confronted by your law firm?
Sure I do.
And what were you confronted about?
Stealing money.
And did you admit your misconduct to your law partners?
Well, to one of my law partners and my brother and my law partners, so Danny and Randy. Yeah,
Did
admit it now.
and they learned about a fake forge account? Did you admit to the fake forge account?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell them about your opioid struggles, opioid addiction?
I told him about my addiction. Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, were any of your law partners aware of your addiction?
Not just to my knowledge. I'm certain that they were not aware of my addiction.
How would you characterize your opioid use or addiction? Severe, moderate?
Then or now?
No, in 2020, 2021?
I don't know how I would have characterized it then. After going to rehab and learning more of the things I've learned, really talking to addicts about experiences. I will tell you that my addiction was extremely, extremely bad.
How were you able to function? Or were you able to function?
Yes, I was able to function.
You were able to practice law?
Yes.
And were you successful practicing law while you were addicted to opioids?
On some level, yes, sir. I was successful.
After you were confronted on Labor Day weekend 2021, did you resign or were you forced to resign from a law firm?
Absolutely.
And then on Saturday, September the 4th, do you remember what happened that day?
Saturday, September 4th. Yes, sir. I remember.
And what happened?
Start when I woke up.
Well, let's start after you met with Chris Wilson. Did you meet with Chris Wilson?
I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's and dad's house in Alameda.
And did you lay it out for Chris Wilson, your opioid addiction and your misconduct?
I definitely laid out my addiction. I definitely gave him some details about monies that I had taken. I didn't give him, we didn't go into all the details about all of it, but I certainly was very candid with him about the things that involved him.
Had you already just contacted the detox facility before you met with Chris Wilson on the 4th?
I believe that we had already, at that point, I believe that we had already spoken to the guy that I knew from Sunrise and made arrangements for me to go there on Monday.
Okay. And
I know we had arrangements for me to go there on Monday, and I'm sure we had to have had it by then because I went to the hospital shortly after that. So yes,
and did you reach out to Blanca to get your insurance information?
I did.
And for what purpose?
Because I was going to use my insurance at Detox and Rehab to help pay for it.
And what was your immediate plans after, I mean, for the day after you met with Chris Wilson? Did you have plans to do anything, have any other meetings on that Saturday?
I wanted to go and meet with Corey Fleming, who was another lawyer who was affected by the things I did.
And did you?
And a good friend.
Did you go meet with Corey Fleming?
No.
What'd you do instead?
I'd given when I gave my pills to my brother, Randy and Danny, I think I gave them to Randy, but I took a lot of pills because I knew I wasn't going to be taking any more. So Randy had my pills. I had to get some from him the night before, but I only got a small amount. I could tell, I wasn't taking anything near like what I had been taking. So I knew it was coming. And I called someone to bring me more pills. And before I met with Chris Wilson.
And did you meet did the person you called bring you more pills?
I don't know if he brought me more pills or not, because by the time I met with him, after meeting with Chris and after, the starting of the withdrawals, I changed my plans.
And what was the change in plans?
Not to get pills from him anymore. And instead, I asked him to shoot me.
Did you ask him to shoot you as a sympathy ploy, or did you want
as a sympathy ploy?
Yes, sir. Why did you ask him to shoot you? What was the end goal that you wanted to accomplish?
I meant for him to shoot me so I'd be gone.
And who was this? Who did you ask to do this?
Eddie Smith.
And did he in fact shoot you?
He did.
And where was that located? Not your gunshot, but where were you shot in Hampton or Colleton County? Where were you?
It's Hampton County. It's right on the border of Salkehatchie Road. It runs right along the Salkehatchie River.
And why did you want to be gone?
I mean, I knew all this was coming to a head. I knew how humiliating it was going to be for my son. I mean, I'd been through so much. At the time, in the bad place that I was, it seemed like the better thing to do. I don't think that way now, thankfully, but
right.
I did at the time.
Did you have life insurance on you?
Oh yeah, I had a lot of life insurance.
And who was the beneficiary?
Maggie was the beneficiary.
How much life insurance did you have?
I had $12 million. I had a $4 million policy and a an $8 million policy, a total of 12.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Maggie?
No, never.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Paul?
No.
Alex, will you tell this jury about Maggie and your relationship with her?
Y'all saw a picture. She was just as beautiful inside as she was outside. And I mean, she was so adventurous. I mean, you couldn't tell her something was good or bad. I mean, she wanted to find out for herself. She wanted to do it, see it, experience it on her own and form her own opinion. She was devoted. Those two boys, Buster, Paul, me. I mean, she made sure we didn't want for anything ever. Fun, playful. I mean, she had a laugh that, you didn't even have to know what was funny. If you heard her laugh, you would laugh. She had this little playful look where she'd smile at you and bite her lip. I can't do it, but I mean, when she would just do it, it just melt you. She was such a lady, such a feminine person, a girl, but then she had two boys, and I mean, she didn't grow up in the swamp and in the country, riding four-wheelers and hunting and fishing, and I mean, she changed everything. She became a boy's mom. I mean, her life became ball and riding four-wheelers and, I mean, doing those things. Now, don't get me wrong, she was still 100% girl. And you heard Marion say, I mean, she loved to do those things with her nieces, but, I mean, she threw herself into her boy's life. I mean, she never took not working for granted. I mean, she might not have worked, but I promise you, she worked. And she worked to make sure me and Paul and Buster had everything. She wanted a big family, and pregnancy just didn't suit her. Her pregnancies were so hard. I would leave her in the mornings and she'd be sick. I'd come home and check on her and she'd be sick. I'd come back at the end of the day and she'd be sick. I mean, she was so sick all the time with both those boys. And when we had Paw, Maggie got in trouble and Pawpaw got in trouble. And this pregnancy didn't suit her, so we decided that, you know, we would just have the two boys. And, you know, I just think how hard it was on her, just made her love those boys so much more. And she did. But she was the kind of person, Maggie, you know, she could put on the most elegant ball gown and go to the governor's mansion and hang out with, you know, the most affluent people, whatever. Or she could come down to, you know, she could go to a food bank in Hampton or Walterbur and fit in. Everybody at both places would say when she left, and that Maggie, she's a good one. She's just a special person.
Alan,
Very special person.
would you ever do anything to harm Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie. Ever.
Will you tell the jury about Paul, please, and your relationship with him?
And Pawpaw, I mean, Pawpaw was just the brightest. He was the brightest. He's the most inquisitive young man. He wanted to be a part of everything. If you were working, I can remember as a little boy, you'd be working on something. It didn't matter what it was. His little head was going to come in there, his nose in there to see what you were doing. He was a man's man. He was 100% country boy. He was tough. I mean, he could hunt anything. He could catch any fish. He could run any piece of equipment. He could use any tool. I mean, he could do anything. At 22 years old, he could do so many things. I mean, he took care of so many, and he was so tough. But on the other hand, he had a side to him that was just so sweet. I mean, he wouldn't come home where he wouldn't go check on his grandparents. He wouldn't go near Somerville where he wouldn't go out of his way, check on his grandparents. You know, to be such a tough person, he would get all of his buddies and get on a boat and go watch a sunset. I mean, 22-year-old people, you know, do stuff like that. I mean, he was such a special boy. He cared about people. He was fiercely loyal. He was so misrepresented in the media. I mean, never an accurate story told about what he was. And I would challenge you right now. I would challenge everybody in this room to go find somebody that knew Pawpaw, who really knew him, that did not have an ulterior motive, that would say something negative about him. And I challenge everybody who can hear me now to do that. I mean, Paul was that kind of person. If you knew him, he would help you. And he would be glad to help you. You know, I thought Mark Ball made a good point when he said, you know, Paul might not have quite found his place yet. Paul was ADHD, and so he would jump around from thing to thing a lot. But there's absolutely no question in my mind whatsoever that Paul would have found whatever that thing was that he was going to do. And whatever that ended up being, he was going to be one of the best at it that you've ever known. And I'll tell you one more thing. And I didn't even know this when Paul was alive. But, excuse me. Excuse me. When they were doing his eulogy, I gave the names of some of his friends. And he had a real cute friend that they were just friends, but cute little girl that Maggie adored. I didn't know her very well, but Maggie did. Maggie adored her, but they talked to her, and Paw, we learned this from her, Julianne. And at 22 years old, learned, Paw would tell his friends, be present, appreciate where you are, the things you have, and the people around you. I think a lot of that came from it hurt Paul so bad when Mallory died. But 22-year-olds, do you know that think that way? Be present, appreciate things around you. At 22 years old, he's the most special boy.
Do you love Paul?
Did I love him? Like no other. He and Buster.
Do you love Maggie?
More than anything. I love Maggie from the first time we went out.
Did you kill Maggie?
No, I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul. Ever. Under any circumstances.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the state may have.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Gentlemen, we'll take a, we'll take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case.
What the hell?
Discuss your testimony during the recess, 10 minutes.
Don't discuss your testimony during the recess. Was that, what was that? Eat, pray, love? Or is that how you talk to someone on the stand? What was that shit? Pawpaw watching sunsets? Pawpaw saying be present? His ass didn't say that, and I never met the kid. He didn't talk like that. He's like, I challenge you to find anybody. Well, no, people generally try not to be assholes. So when they're asked about the dead, they're not going to come out and tell you how your son truly was. But there's plenty of people that have talked about Pawpaw, and they say he was not a very nice guy. He talked to everybody as if they were the hotel staff. Kidding me? I challenge you to find anybody. Have a feeling you can you could throw a cat down that street and you're going to find somebody that's going to have a story about Pawpaw. Got to be kidding me. What was that? I was waiting on somebody to give him a hug. Then he had that string of snot hanging down and he couldn't get it cleared up. Then he's asking about Maggie, and he's like, I loved her since our first date. You loved her when you found out her daddy had a ton of money. That's the reason you're choking up on that stand. Gotta be kidding me. Ben said, apple don't fall far from the tree. No, I was choking on that, and I don't even know these people. I don't even know these people. Seema said, I'm disturbed by Buster. I have a feeling Buster's going to be disturbed here in a year or so. I think when they get done with Daddy, I think when they get done with Firecrotch Sr. here, they're going to move on to Firecrotch Jr. because his name pops up in everything. His name pops up in everything. Really, I mean, when it comes down to it, Firecrotch Sr., he has been so entangled in this life of crime that he has had for years. His boys messed it up for him. I'm sorry to say it. His boys messed it up for him. Booger Picker Buster, because you caught him on live cam yesterday picking his own nose. When he did what I believe he did to Stephen Smith, that complicated things for his dad. Then we have the boat wreck, to which we don't even breathalyze Pawpaw, who was getting threats. Do you guys know of anybody who gets death threats, yet everybody likes them and they enjoy sunsets? And on top of that, when they talk to you, they say, be present, be present. No, people that get death threats don't talk like that. No, Pawpaw didn't talk like that. So he has his boat wreck. It opened up a big can of worms. It's a wonder when they started putting pressure on Firecrotch that he didn't come home and kill them all three at once. Don't think that the maid, who was the best maid they've ever had, these are Maggie's words, we all know she didn't die of natural causes, but who has life insurance on their maid? Or if you have help in the summer in the yard? Come on. Come on. Tiffany said, so is Buster gay now or what? Buster don't know what the hell he is. He was picking his nose in open court, Tiff. You think he knows what he really has going on? Yeah, Barb said he's a Firecrotch nose picker. Cannot believe that. But it's just my opinion. I think I'm sure the boys just had their run of everything. The run of everything. They could do no wrong, just like their dad. Now, their dad and their mom kind of have this boys will be boys and they're Murdaughs and all that stuff. Next thing you know, Murdaugh became murder. We got people dying around us. You can only cover that up for so long. Captain Kirk, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. The state did a horrible job proving their case. This guy will walk on these charges and serve time for financial issues. I'm leaning that way myself. Also, he was disbarred. Now, he didn't fight it, but I haven't read too much on it. Can he ever practice law again? Or because he didn't challenge it, he obviously had other things going on. Can he practice law again ever, or is that done and over? He's just totally disbarred. J. Lord said, was the maid at the bottom of the stairs with her last paycheck or without it? Have a feeling the check is still in the mail. Aaron says, Brooks, you're so serious when you say the most hilarious. I'm dead damn serious. That's a problem. Kurt says he's always around. Indy, you're right. Some people, more pennies than brains. Replay thinks he can. Tiffany goes, nope, he'll be in jail for a while. Here's the thing. If this was happening in Atlanta, he mentioned Atlanta. If it was happening in Atlanta, I think it'd be a slam dunk. I don't think the state's really trying that hard. I've caught it here and there because I've been obsessed with this Ohio situation, but I have caught it here and there, and I know a little bit of the backstory. I'm really wanting to know more about the backstory, particularly Stephen Smith. The boating accident, I understand. I understand that. And they totally, with Pawpaw, let me put it that way. If I had had that boating accident, I'd be in jail. I'd be in jail if I'd had that boating accident. They didn't even have the nerve to ask Pawpaw if he'd been drinking. Not only had Pawpaw been drinking, he had gotten the booze from either his daddy or Firecrotch Jr. Well, thanks, Phantasmic. She said, I'm sick and stuck inside with a massive blizzard, and you've made my day. Where's the blizzard at? Ava, this is exactly what Mermaid said. She said, Paw my ass. It's always been Paul up until today. Yeah, where were all the nicknames up until today? Bama Skin, thank you for the super sticker, said the prosecution will come at him like he's a child. They will eat his lunch and everyone will love it. I don't know if it will flip the jury, though. Jules, why are you calling yourself a dumbass? You're not a dumbass. Barb said 3 times the legal limit. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Oh, Phantasmic's in that terrible storm up in Minnesota. So is Elmer. Elmer, that's always in here. Elmer's always coming in, catching up on chat, saying, what did I miss? Because Elmer's been outside shoveling snow. Well, I called my grandpa Pawpaw. But I think he's trying to make up. Have you guys ever, throughout the course of this case, ever heard of anybody called Paul Pawpaw? Today was a first for me, and I haven't even followed it that heavily. Aaron said, greed is so ugly. Yeah, and we each have a certain degree of greed. Let's face it, we do. We each have a certain degree of greed. If we didn't, well, we'd all be homeless, if you know what I mean. I mean, we all have a certain degree of greed. I just think, my opinion, just my opinion, I think once other partners started coming into the law firm and they were reminding him that you're not that special, even though your last name is Murdaugh, his crimes were becoming more and more and more obvious, and they just couldn't turn their heads anymore. Then next thing you know, Stephen is dead on the side of the road, baseball bat to the head, I believe. Then you have the boating accident with Pawpaw, and nobody even had the nerve to ask this kid. Ask a kid, where'd you get the booze? We didn't even give him an ankle monitor afterward. Crazy. Crazy. Ah, speaking of crazy, Girls Be Crazy is a new member. You bet. Phantasmic gave up shoveling. And I don't know what all that craziness was in here earlier. Somebody I've never heard of before saying that we're, what was that? Rehab shaming or addiction shaming. Did you hear me making fun of anybody who has an addiction problem, has had one? No, I am clearly talking about this dude. Clearly talking about him. Julesy said Paul was Jekyll and Hyde. Yep, don't forget the housekeeper. For real. Yeah, I still cannot believe that. You bunch of hypocrites. And I'm like, what are you talking about? We're clearly talking about the guy on the stand that's got the string of snot from his nose to his hanging down to his lap. They're coming back.
Please be seated.
You may bring the jury. Thank you. Cross-examination.
Please, court. Mr. Murdaugh, let's start with a few things I think we can agree on.
All right, sir.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your lie for a year and a half that you were never down at those kennels at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
I think all of my testimony is important, Mr. Waters.
Would you agree that that's an important part of your testimony?
Sure.
All right. And would you also agree that the first time that law enforcement officers that you've talked to and the prosecution and here in open court ever heard you say that you lied about being in the kennels was today in this court?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. All this time later, this is the first time you've ever said that.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that for years you were stealing money from clients.
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And that you were stealing from your law firm.
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And that had been going on since at least 2010.
I'm not sure the exact date, but it's been going on a long time. I'll agree with
All right,
that.
what's your best guess of the date?
I'm not sure. I have.
You don't know?
I don't take a dispute with 2010. I just don't know that for sure.
All right. Sure about a lot of things, but you don't know that. Is that correct?
I'm fine with that date, Mr. Waters. I don't have any reason to dispute it. I'm just not certain of it.
All right. Let's just keep on things that we may be able to agree about. And let's talk first about your family's legacy here in the legal profession, okay?
Talk about anything you want to.
Good. Tell me about your great-grandfather. Was he the solicitor for the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Randolph Murdaugh Sr.
What did he go by? Do you know?
Randolph.
Randolph? And did you ever get to know him, or did he pass before?
Oh, no, sir. He got killed in 1940.
And how long was he solicitor?
20 years.
20 years?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandfather, who was that?
Randolph Murdaugh Jr.
All right. And did he go by, what did he go by?
Buster. That's who Buster is named after.
And was he
my
solicitor?
granddaddy. Yes, sir. He was the solicitor for 46 years. From 1940, he took over when my great-granddaddy got killed, and he served until 1986. He was
Okay.
the longest-serving prosecutor in the country.
And you knew him obviously well. He was your grandfather, correct?
Oh, I knew him extremely well and loved him dearly.
Idolized him, did you not?
Yes, you know. I
So he
loved
was the
him
chief
dearly.
prosecutor for all that time as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then your father, Mr. Randolph, he became solicitor not long after that. Is that correct?
When my grandfather retired, because you weren't allowed to be solicitor after age 72, my dad took over, filled his unexpired term, and then he ran.
And he became the chief prosecutor for this area right here as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long was he solicitor?
From 1986 until 2006.
Till 2006?
Yes, sir.
I actually worked a case with him about a guy who killed a trooper.
He's a fine man.
Yes, he
And an
was.
excellent lawyer.
Yes, he was. And he was an excellent lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a big part of your family legacy and your heritage that's so ingrained around here, is that history of being the chief prosecutor and being part of the central part of the legal community. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
That my family's been a central part of the legal community. Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And not only just a central part of the legal community, but the chief prosecutor for this area since 1910, I think, up until 2006.
1920.
1920.
2006. 1910 is when my great-grandfather started the law firm.
The law firm.
Yes, sir.
All right. So 1920 to 2006, correct?
That's correct.
An unbroken chain of being the chief prosecutor here, correct?
That's correct.
And then you went to law school as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from law school?
1994.
1994. And did you ever become a full-time solicitor?
No, sir.
And so you went into private practice, I think, with Mawson Coon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you
1994.
went to the former law firm that no longer exists because of your activities, correct?
I started in
Answer
1994.
my question, if you would, please, first.
What was your question?
My question was that you started first with Mawson Coon. Go ahead and answer that one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went to the law firm that doesn't exist anymore, that started in 19, but it doesn't exist anymore because of your activities, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that, of your practice, you were a trial lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
Successful trial lawyer.
I don't know about your adjective, but I was, I guess so. Yes, sir.
Did you make millions of dollars in legal fees?
Yes, sir.
But you won't tell this jury that's successful.
Well, if that's the criteria, yes, sir, I was successful.
Well, you won cases, correct?
I did win cases.
Settled cases?
Sure, I settled cases.
Heard your former law partner say that you were a successful lawyer?
I did hear some of them say that.
I think you even became president of the Trial Lawyers Association, is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
I'm not sure of the exact year, but it would have been in the 2015 range, 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
And in that role, you were kind of the president of the Association of people who do trial plaintiffs work, right?
Yes, sir.
Who do jury trials, correct?
Well,
That's part of it, right?
Yes, sir. That's part of it.
It's part of it. Sitting down, looking jurors in the eyes and giving a closing argument. Is that right?
Yes.
And what kind of cases did you normally do? Just generally what subject matter?
I did all kinds of cases. I did cases that, I mean, I handled some very big cases. You know, I had a lot of cases where, you know, somebody, their cable company was billing them $20 more than they should have been. And I handled everything from that to the big cases and everything in between.
All right. So the big cases, tell me about those. Those were typically plaintiff's work, all plaintiff's work, correct? For your big cases?
Yes.
Okay. And plaintiff's work is where, or there would be, say, for example, automobile or truck accidents, correct? Or that some of it?
Every big case I ever had was an automobile. No, and I mean, no, sir, not all of them were automobile wrecks.
Were many of them?
Sure.
And if they, let's say, your plaintiff collided with like a UPS truck or a tractor trailer or something like that, you've had cases like that, correct?
I have.
And they led to very big recoveries, is that correct?
The UPS case that I handled?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as a part of that, developing those types of cases, you were involved in investigating the facts of the case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you were involved in gathering, let's say, telemetry data from automobiles, correct?
Telemetry data, like you presented in this courtroom this week?
Yeah. You never did that?
I've never had a case specifically where the type data that y'all have presented in this case that I've used, but I've had data from automobiles. I've had
From their, essentially their computers.
OnStar
correct?
data. I've had data from the black box, you know, but specifically telemetry data, I don't believe that I've ever had one of those.
But OnStar and black box data, correct?
More so the black box event recorder. I mean, many times in a wreck, the event recorder will go back and tell you things leading up to the wreck.
Sure.
So, and I've been in numerous cases where those were involved.
And you've had cases where cell phone evidence was relevant to your case?
Sure.
People's call logs were relevant to your case?
I have had those.
Cell tower location was relevant to your case?
Yes.
Computer evidence was relevant to your case?
I'm sure I have, yes.
And when did you start with the law firm?
August or September of 1998.
And you've been doing essentially that kind of work, more or less, up until September of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
To the point where you rose to be the president of the Trial Lawyers Association.
I was the president of Trial Lawyers Association in around 2015, as we discussed.
So can we agree now on successful?
I mean, by those criteria, I was successful, certainly. I mean, we talked about a lot of my flaws here today, too. Do I feel like I was successful? No, sir. Not sitting here today, I don't. But if you want to use that term and on those criteria, I don't have any problem with you saying at that time it looked like I was successful.
Do you think people viewed you as a successful lawyer?
I'm sure there were a lot of people that did.
Do you think people viewed your family as very prominent?
I believe that there were a lot of people that did. Yes, sir.
And did you think that a lot of people viewed you and your family as very prominent in the legal community here?
I never thought of myself as
I
prominent.
asked you if you thought if people viewed you that way. Let me ask you
At the
this.
time, did I think people viewed me
Yeah.
that way?
Yeah, prior to everything happening.
No, I don't think that I thought people viewed me as prominent. No, sir. I mean, like a big shot? No, sir, I don't think that.
What about your family?
That my family thought we were big shots? No, sir, I
People
definitely
view
don't
your
think that.
family is prominent in this community.
Prominent?
Yeah.
As in,
It's not a hard question.
well, I'm just not sure, you know, I think my family was very well thought of. I think my family was respected. I think my family helped a lot of people.
I'm not challenging you on any of that. I'm just getting you to agree what seems to be a basic fact. Would you agree with that?
With what? That my family helped a lot of people and was well thought of?
Prominent.
If that's what you mean by that, yes, sir.
And that your family had a very long association with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you had a long association with law enforcement.
Yes.
Yes.
By association, I assume you're talking about friendships. Yeah.
But not only just friendships, but also professional as well, correct?
As a
Professional
prosecutor,
associations with law enforcement.
as a prosecutor, or as a civil
Let's talk-
attorney?
Okay, let's talk about civil. Did you have associations with them in civil cases?
Sure. I mean, as we discussed, a lot of cases that I handled were wreck cases, or might be a train wreck or tractor trailer, but there were a lot of highway patrolmen involved. There were a lot of local law enforcement involved. So yeah, we dealt with a lot of law enforcement in the civil practice.
All right. And then you also mentioned that you were a prosecutor as well, correct?
I was a volunteer assistant solicitor.
Did you or your family or your law firm ever have events or parties or social affairs in which the law enforcement community in this area was invited?
I mean, sure, the law firm itself didn't really sponsor things like that.
Right.
But there would be occasions where one of us in the law firm, and certainly we all had a lot of friends in law enforcement, and they were always invited.
Okay. And it's a simple point. You had a lot of friends in law enforcement, your family and you had a long association with the law enforcement community in this circuit. Is that correct?
Association being friendships and working relationships, absolutely.
All right, well, let's talk about being a prosecutor. When did you become an assistant solicitor?
I believe that I became an assistant solicitor when I moved from Beaufort to Hampton.
All right.
So that would have been September, sometime around September 1998. Might have been a little bit after that, but sometime.
Did you get a badge when you became an assistant solicitor?
At some point I did, yes, sir.
And who gave you that badge?
My father,
Mr. Randolph?
yes, sir.
And over the years, did you prosecute criminal cases, much as what's going on here today?
Yes, sir, at times I did.
And
I believe that I prosecuted from 1998 to 2001. I believe that
2001? Keep going, I'm sorry.
2021, I'm sorry, until 2021, from 1998, 2021, I believe I was involved in 5 jury, I believe there were 5 trials.
5 trials?
Is the best that I can remember. And
You had-
all with my dad. That was really the purpose of me being assistant solicitor, was get to spend time with him, do things with him.
Sure. And you, 5 jury trials over all that time, but you had a badge that entire time, is that correct?
I had a badge for a big part of that time, yes, sir.
You actually had 2 badges, right?
I had 1 badge, but when my granddad became an assistant solicitor for my dad, when my dad became the solicitor, he had an assistant solicitor's badge.
Right.
When he passed away, I had his badge, and that was one of, at some point in time, you were asking somebody about 2 badges, and that was the other badge.
I got you. You said you did 5 criminal jury trials as a prosecutor, correct?
Assisted in those, or was doing them, yes, sir. I believe I was actually the lead lawyer in one of them. I helped my dad in the other 4.
Still part of preparing the case?
Yes, sir.
Still part of gathering the evidence and putting it together for trial?
In a criminal case, we didn't do much of the gathering of the evidence. We took what law enforcement had gathered, but
But putting it together for the criminal trial, correct?
yes, sir.
Presenting evidence in court,
Yes, sir.
giving jury argument?
I did the closing argument in one of them. Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any cases that you prosecuted that went short of a jury trial, either pled out or were dismissed for some reason?
You know, I'm sure that at some point over between 1998 and 2021, that I took some plea, but as we sit here today, I can't specifically remember that. And I don't ever remember working a case up for trial that didn't go to trial. But I'm sure at some point in time, I was involved in some level on a guilty plea or guilty pleas.
And you'd agree with me that the civil system and the criminal system have a lot of differences, correct?
A lot of differences and a lot of similarities.
And a lot of similarities, and that's where I was going next. And fundamentally, it's about analyzing the evidence, preparing for trial, presenting that case, and making your argument to the jury, correct?
That's a big part of it.
And would you agree with me that as cases go on, or as you are preparing for trial, that you analyze the evidence that's been gathered by law enforcement and present the evidence that that supports your case, correct? That's just part of it.
Presenting evidence that you deem favorable for your position?
Yeah, that you analyze the evidence and then you put in the evidence that supports your case. It's an ongoing process. Would you agree with that?
That's part of what you do.
And same thing in the civil case, right? As you go along, you may have evidence, but you ultimately analyze that evidence, and some evidence makes the cut and some of it does not. Is that fair to say?
As far as what you're trying to, I think
It's a
we
simple
agree
question.
on that.
We would agree on that.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I think I understand it.
I'm just asking you that as a lawyer, as
Sir.
you've been since 1994, is that right?
That's correct.
It's a simple question. You analyze the evidence that's been gathered, whether civil or criminal, and then present that in court. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
that's part of
And
what
that
you
is
do.
an ongoing process as you prepare for a case. Is that correct?
An ongoing process as you prepare for, in criminal courts or civil courts?
Either one.
Well, I mean, but there's a distinction because in civil court, you have the deadlines. And so you aren't allowed to gather evidence during a trial or a week before a trial. Or, you know, for instance, if this was a civil trial and we found that OnStar data during the third or fourth week of trial, you wouldn't be able to use it because you're past deadlines. But in a criminal case, you are able to use it.
But you would agree that none of that was the fault of anyone on this side of the table, that GM initially responded they had nothing and then responded all of a sudden that they did.
I don't have an opinion, and that's certainly not anything I'm intending to convey.
You talked to this jury a lot about that, but you know nothing about that particular part of it. Is that what you're telling us? You talked to the jury a lot about the GM data, but you're telling me that you're unaware that GM initially responded to law enforcement's timely request and said they didn't have that, but then in the course of the trial, all of a sudden came up and said, you know what, we found something, and that's the reason why it arrived late. You're saying you don't know anything about that after talking to this jury about that?
I don't know a single thing about that. I know that y'all represented that to the court, and I don't have any reason to doubt it. But I don't.
And you would agree that that's generally consistent with the telemetry data that the FBI did, correct? The OnStar data.
The OnStar, I think the OnStar data and the telemetry data are totally different.
All right, you don't think they're generally consistent with one another. Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, I'm not telling the jury anything about that. I'm just saying, do I think they're consistent? I think the OnStar data gives you one set of information, and the telemetry data gives you another set of information.
Okay. But you don't think they're consistent? I mean, you talked about it to this jury. I think we're struggling on what seems to be a fairly simple point. Don't you agree?
Mr. Waters, I'm just trying to answer your question.
All right.
And so I'm not trying to be difficult. My understanding of what you're referring to as the telemetry data is when a car goes into park and drive and that sort of thing. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And the GPS information is telling you where a vehicle is on a certain path.
Correct.
In what direction it's going. So I think that they're two different types of information.
The question was, were they consistent with one another?
I don't, I guess so. I don't think they contradict each other.
All right, thank you. All right. You were the breadwinner for your family, correct? For your immediate family.
Yes,
And that included obviously for Maggie, correct?
I'm sorry?
That included for Maggie, correct?
Absolutely.
And in large measure for Buster and Paul as well. Would you agree with that?
That I was the
The
breadwinner in
primary
large measure?
breadwinner, yes.
No, I was their source of, I was the source of income for Maggie, Buster, and Paul.
Okay.
I mean, I guess as they got older, I mean, there's some point where Buster had a job, but I mean, I would still consider myself the provider for them at that time.
Okay. Again, there's no trick here. I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Mr. Waters, I don't think that was a trick.
Okay.
So,
All right. So you were the primary breadwinner. We can agree on that.
yes,
correct?
sir.
Go ahead. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 570 and see if you recognize this particular item. You can go ahead and take it out of the badge, out of the bag.
All right, sir.
You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
That's 571.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I'm going to show you what was in the bag in 570. Can you tell me what that is?
I can.
All right. What is that?
Which one?
570. What is that?
All right. 571 is what I would consider to be my badge.
All right. And then what is this one right here, which is 570?
Okay, 570 would be the one I told you about, was my grandfather's badge after he retired, when he became an assistant for my dad.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 571 and 570 in the evidence.
Yeah, I admit it.
All right. Where did you keep 570, the one that was your grandfather's?
It didn't have a single place that it was kept.
You know where it was recovered by law enforcement?
No, sir.
Would you dispute if it was recovered out of the Mercedes you were driving on September 4th, the day of the side of the road incident?
No, I believe that.
Have the Elmo, please. Now on the screen, please. And 571, where'd you keep this one?
Usually in my car.
Where in your car?
It could be all of it. It could be on the dash, like you were talking to Mark Ball about. It could be in the center console. It could be in the cup holder. It could be on the seat. Usually in the front seat, but in my car is where I tried to keep it.
All right. And when you had it in your dash, would you have it face up or face down?
I didn't have any particular manner in which I stored it anywhere.
There was no rhyme or reason to it, is what you're telling the jury? How you had it in the dash?
There may be occasions where I had it in the dash for some particular reason, but there were a lot of times where it probably was in the dash for no particular reason other than that's where I put it. Just like I might put it on the seat or in the cup holder.
You said there were particular reasons why you might put it in the dash. What would those reasons be?
I mean, it could be any number of things. If I'm going somewhere where I want somebody to see it, then I would put it in the dash. If there's another reason for somebody to see it, like for instance, if I get pulled over, I might have it in the cup holder so an officer could see it when he walked up.
Why would you do that? Why would you have it in the cup holder? You're not saying you were on official business, are you?
No, I'm not saying I'm on official business.
Why would you want it in a cup holder if you got pulled over?
Because I found that law enforcement oftentimes is friendlier when you're in law enforcement.
When you're law enforcement. So you considered yourself law enforcement?
No, sir, I can't say that I considered myself law enforcement.
Well, you carried a badge on you as a assistant solicitor for 2 decades roughly?
From around
Sometimes-
98, so
is that
yes, sir, for
correct?
2 decades.
And you would ride with it sometimes sitting in the front dash facing out, correct?
That's correct.
And you would put it in the cup holder so that law enforcement would see you if you got pulled over, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you didn't consider yourself law enforcement.
I personally didn't consider myself to be law enforcement, no, sir.
All right, so you were just using having this badge to your advantage and taking license with it, is that correct?
I guess in some circumstances that is accurate.
See if you could use it to get away with something, correct? Get better treatment if you got pulled over.
Get better treatment if I got pulled over. I mean, that's probably a fair statement. That, yeah, if somebody in law enforcement saw that, yeah, I'd say that's true.
Did you have to take an oath when you got that badge?
No, sir.
You didn't?
Not that I remember. I don't, I certainly don't recall taking one, like, so going somewhere and raising my hand.
Raising your
and-
hand and saying, I promise to do my duty fairly and with integrity. You never had to do that?
Mr. Waters, if I did, I sure don't recall it. I mean, it was a very informal process when I became a volunteer assistant solicitor for my dad. And then when I continued with Duffy, I mean, at some point, you know, if I took any oath at all that I can remember, it would be on some paper that I may have had to sign, but I don't specifically remember doing that.
All right, well, let's talk about it. Let's go back to 571. And on the inside of it, what are those right there? Those the an ID card with your picture on it?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right. And at the top, on that top, leave it in there if you would, please. Can you not see it?
I can, but I was just gonna see what's on the back.
Okay.
All right, sir.
All right. And it's got your picture on it, got your name on it?
Yes, sir, that does have my picture and my name.
All right. Good. Put that one back for me, please.
All right. So you want to
All
look
right.
at this top one?
Look at the top one.
Okay.
What office does it say that you are on that top one right there? Up there at the top.
State of South Carolina Solicitor, the Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit. It says that I, as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do hereby certify that, and it has,
Your name.
right?
Mhm.
And it has all that data.
What position does it say that you're appointed to?
As the, okay, it says that as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do certify that Richard A. Murdaugh was on July 1st, 2013, appointed as the Deputy Solicitor of Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties in and is authorized to enforce the laws in the 14th Judicial Circuit of South Carolina.
Okay, awesome. Can I hold it back?
And it's, yes, sir, signed by Duffy Stone.
Signed by Duffy Stone. So deputy solicitor, is that correct?
I was never a deputy solicitor, Mr. Waters. That's what that says, but I've never been a deputy solicitor, unless deputy solicitor is, I was a volunteer assistant solicitor. And as far as I know, Sean Thornton has been the only deputy solicitor that Duffy Stone had.
And it's a simple point. It says deputy solicitor, but deputy solicitor is a higher rank than assistant solicitor, correct? to your understanding?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And that was Sean Thornton. I've never been deputy solicitor, even though that does say that.
All right.
I agree with. And that was signed by Duffy Stone, not by me.
I understand. This is what was given to you.
That's what was given to.
I went through this whole long thing at the beginning about whether or not you had an association with the law enforcement community, but this was given to you not by your father, but by a successor, correct?
Well, no, sir. I believe we got to this because you were asking me if I took an oath, and I don't remember taking the oath. And then you started asking me about these things.
Okay. And you agree that this card says deputy solicitor, right?
I agree that card says deputy solicitor.
All right. Would you agree with me that it says on the back that it is reposing special trust and confidence in your ability, care, prudence, and integrity? Is that what it says on the back of this?
I mean, if you're, no, sir. I mean, I trust, if you're reading that off the back of that, I assume that it does. You were reading off of the one that Duffy Stone gave me, correct?
Yeah, and then the one at the top, where did that one come from? You want me to bring it back to you?
No, sir. I think I can see it. That
It's
would
not
be.
focused very well.
That's okay. I mean, I know what it is. I looked at it when you handed it to me. So the card on the bottom is what I got from Duffy Stone. The one on the top, and the one on the top should give you a better. There we go. All right. So the one on the top was what came from my dad when he was solicitor. The one on the bottom is what came from Duffy Stone when he was solicitor. And Duffy Stone took over after my dad retired in 2006. Duffy Stone filled my dad's the rest of his unexpired 4-year term, much like my dad filled my granddad. So, and then Duffy became the solicitor.
Did you ever have lights in your vehicle?
In the particular vehicle?
No, in any vehicle.
Yes, sir, I did.
Was that a government vehicle?
No, sir, it was not.
When did you have lights, like blue lights and stuff?
Yes, sir, I had some blue lights.
When did you have blue lights? And let me remember, you did 5 cases over 20 years, and you had blue lights in your vehicle, but it was your private vehicle, correct?
Well, it was the vehicle that I drove. It was law firm owned vehicle.
The law firm's own vehicle. So how'd you get blue lights in there?
I had them installed.
And who installed them?
I believe that Eddie Gibson installed them.
And who was that?
He's the guy who apparently does blue light work for most of the sheriff's departments in the 14th Circuit and a lot of the police departments.
And when did you have that installed? Do you recall? Was it one vehicle or more than one vehicle? Let's start with that.
I believe I had blue lights in one vehicle.
And when did you have that installed, do you think?
I'm not sure. It would have been.
5 years, 10 years?
No, here I can give you a time frame.
Okay.
The vehicle that I was in on that got taken in on June the 7th, I got that vehicle sometime around late December or January. So I'd had it for 6 months. I would have had the previous vehicle for 5 years. That's how long we kept vehicles in the law firm. So I would have had it for 5 years. And sometime during that 5-year period, I had lights installed.
Did you ask the sheriff at the time if you could do that?
I did.
Who was that?
I believe it was T.C. Smalls. And I believe in Colleton, it was Andy Strickland.
In Colleton, it was Andy Strickland?
And I believe in Allendale, it was Tom Carter.
Were you friends with Andy Strickland?
Yeah, I was friends with Andy Strickland.
And you said, hey, I'm gonna get some blue lights installed in my vehicle, and he said, that's cool. Or words to that effect.
I mean, that doesn't sound like the words that he would have used or I would have used, but I certainly asked him and he certainly said it was okay.
It was okay. All right.
Along with Sheriff Smalls and I believe Sheriff Carter. I'm not positive about Sheriff Carter, but I believe so.
I'm gonna show you just real quick what's been marked as States 507. See if you recognize that.
I believe this is my Suburban. Yeah, this is my Suburban that y'all have.
Okay. Does that look like where your badge was on the day of the incident?
I have no idea.
You don't recall putting it there?
No, but I don't take issue with the fact that it's. I don't take issue with the fact that it's there. If that's if that's how they say it was, found it. And that's a picture.
Your Honor, it offered that States 507 in the evidence.
Judge. Submitted.
You testified some about the boat case, and we'll talk more about that later.
Boat case being, I'm sorry.
The boat wreck case. Can we agree that that's what we're talking about when we say the boat case? February in 2019.
Well, there's two things. You referring to the civil case when you say the boat case,
Okay.
but when I think about the boat case, I think about the charges that y'all brought against Pawpaw.
Okay.
So, but there also the civil case.
All right. Pawpaw. That was your new name for Paul.
I mean, I called him Pawpaw. Maggie called him Pawpaw. Bus calls him Pawpaw.
Sure.
Roro calls him Pawpaw. I mean, that's
Roro.
not.
Who was Roro?
That's Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And this jury, of course, has heard multiple recorded statements of you during the course of this. Did you ever refer to Paul as Pawpaw during that?
I don't know
Do you recall?
how I referred to. I can say Paul if you prefer that.
No, you can call him whatever you want. I'm just asking you if you ever called him that during the course of that entire investigation, or is that also the first time today, at least publicly?
Is today the first time I've called my son Paul Pawpaw? No, sir, that is not correct.
Have you ever called him that on all the recorded statements that this jury has heard?
I don't know.
You ever called Rogan Roro?
I
In
called
all
him
the
Roro
recorded statements.
all the time.
In the recorded statements, did you ever call him that?
I don't know. I mean, I called him Rogan also, so I don't know. But I'm happy to call him Rogan, and I'm happy to call Paul Paul.
All right. Well, let's talk about, and I'll be specific with the boat wreck criminal case and the boat wreck civil case. Okay. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've talked a little bit about your badge. Did you have your badge with you on the night of the boat wreck?
On the night of the boat wreck, did I have it with me?
Yeah.
When?
Did you go to the hospital that night?
I did go to the hospital that night.
Did you have it with you then?
I don't know, but I don't believe so. But I really
You
don't
don't
know.
believe so?
But
When you went to the hospital on the night of the boat wreck, were you acting in any official capacity?
the night of when I went to the hospital, was I acting in an official capacity?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. show you what's been marked as States 569. And do you recognize the person on the right in that image?
No, sir.
You don't recognize that?
I don't recognize him.
No, I'm asking about that.
Oh, me?
Is that you?
Yeah, it looks like me.
All right. What's hanging out of your pocket in plain view?
Looks like a badge.
You didn't recall that until I just showed you that picture?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, it offers States 569 in the evidence. Okay.
Admit it.
That's you in the white shirt, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is the badge hanging out of your pocket. You remember which, is that correct?
Looks to be, yes, sir.
Which badge is that? Which one of the two, do you remember?
Nah, you can't tell from here.
Okay. And why'd you have it hanging out of your pocket like that?
I don't remember having that. No, I don't know.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that, no, sir.
Did you generally walk around with your badge hanging out of your pocket?
Generally speaking, no, sir, I did not.
Or only when you wanted some advantage from it?
Did I
want some advantage from wearing it like that?
Did I hang it out in my pocket when I wanted an advantage?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay.
I certainly may have.
All right. What advantage did you want?
When?
Then?
I don't even recall this, Mr. Waters, but if I was wanting some advantage, as you say it, I guess, and I don't remember this, but I guess I would want, as I said, a badge has a warming effect with other law enforcement. And so if I was seeking any advantage, as you say, then I guess that would be what it was.
Do you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah, there was a time period where I did.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah,
the elected solicitor?
There was a time period when I absolutely did.
When was that?
Prior to my dad retiring.
Prior to 2006?
Yes, sir.
How long did you explore that?
I mean, I wanted to be a solicitor for a long time, but, at the time when my dad retired, I was already struggling with pills, and I knew I couldn't do it.
In 2006?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk more about the pills in a bit, but you say you were already struggling with pills in 2006, correct?
That's correct.
But over that next 15 years, you still were able to maintain a lucrative law practice. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that all your law partners had no idea of this pill problem that you had all that time, correct?
I'm testifying that I believe, in fact, I'm certain that none of my partners knew I had an addiction.
That night of the boat wreck, you say you don't remember putting your badge out, correct?
No, I don't remember. I don't even remember having my badge.
Do you remember going around talking to the kids, the other kids that were on the boat?
Yeah, I talked to some of them.
You remember going to do that?
Yes.
And was your badge hanging out when you did that as well?
I wouldn't think so, Mr. Waters, but like I say, I don't think so.
All right. So it just comes naturally to put your badge out on something like this that you don't even remember why you did that.
No, I don't even remember having my badge. And I specifically know that I didn't use the badge. Did I mean to do this? I'm not saying that I didn't, but I don't know if I was putting it in my pocket and the flap, you notice that flap is not Velcro down. I don't know. I don't have a specific memory of that. And I never went around, acting like I was on official business.
So you're saying it might be an accident that your badge was hanging out there?
I'm saying that I have no memory of that whatsoever.
All right, well, you never used these badges as like a wallet, right?
No, I did.
You did?
I did.
So you're saying you had your credit cards and all your stuff in there?
No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that on that night. You just asked me if I ever used it as a wallet, and there were times when I used it as a wallet.
Were you using it as a wallet that night?
I don't remember, but I don't think so. I didn't use it as a wallet very often, and I didn't use it as a wallet for very long when I did use it as a wallet.
So let's see if we can get back to what we agree on. So you would agree that you had to make a conscious decision to grab that badge and when you went into the hospital, correct? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point I had to make a conscious decision to pick it up.
But you're saying you don't know if you hung it out like that on purpose while you're talking to that law enforcement officer, or if it's just an accident that is hanging out of your pocket in full view of everyone.
Well, I am saying that because that is not how I would normally carry a badge. And even if I wanted to give somebody an impression, to me, that's got kind of an obnoxious look to it. That's just not something that, that's not something I would typically do. But I may have done it that night. I have no memory of that.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that just could be an accident that it's hanging out like that.
I'm saying it could be, or I could have put it there like that.
All right.
I don't remember.
Did you generally just walk around with it in your pocket? Or would you only carry it when you wanted to use it for something?
No, I wouldn't generally carry it around in my pocket just any time.
Okay. All right. All right. So we got the badge that may be accidentally hanging out of your pocket. You won't concede that you did that purposefully.
I mean, Mr. Waters, if you want me to say I did that on purpose, I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying I don't remember that. All right. So can I tell you that I did that on purpose? No, sir, I can't. Can I say that this happened by accident? No, sir, I can't. What I can say is I don't remember it, and that's not how I would normally, that's just not how I would normally, that's just not, that's not something I did. That's not a normal thing. So I don't know.
Okay. All right. That's fine. You
But-
won't concede to this jury that there was any intention or purpose to you doing that at the hospital on the night of the boat wreck.
I'm saying I don't remember using that badge.
Fair enough.
And I specifically remember, I'm sorry, go ahead. You can ask
You
that
specifically remember what?
question. That like when I went into the room with the kids, did I pull my badge out? And I know that I did not do that.
No, because it was on your pocket like that, correct?
It's on my pocket like that right then.
Did you use that to get into areas that shouldn't be accessed by non-official personnel?
No, absolutely not. I mean, there was nowhere that I went that, that was not truly public domain. I mean, basically, the places that I went to were, when I got there, I went to Paw Paw. When I left Paw Paw, I went to Morgan Dowdy, who was like a daughter to Maggie and I, had dated Paul for a long time. And I went to Morgan. Morgan had an injury to her hand that was bad. And she was very upset about Mallory. And they were working on her, so I left her room. I went back to Paw Paw. At some point in time, I noted I went to Connor's room, and I believe those are the only rooms I went to. But again, I can't tell you that with certainty.
While you're wearing that badge like that, did you tell any of the kids who were in the boat wreck not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I never told anybody not to cooperate with law enforcement, whether I had a badge hanging out my pants, didn't have a badge, or any point in time did I tell anybody don't cooperate with law enforcement.
Did you become aware in March or April or May of 2021, shortly before June, that an investigation into the investigation of that night had begun, as well as your conduct?
Yes, I did learn of that. I don't know the status of that investigation, being that I've been charged with so many things and haven't been charged with that. I'm assuming that there may not be charges.
Whether or not you were aware that that had begun in the spring of 2021.
Yes, sir. I was aware. Well, at some point in time, I became aware of it. Was that the spring? Was it, February, March, April? I know it was after. I know it was after that night, and it was before June 7th.
Before June 7th.
I'm pretty sure that I already knew that
Did
on June the
you
7th.
mentioned Andy Strickland? Do you know what happened to him?
Do I know what happened to him when?
How he lost his job as sheriff?
I believe that when he was charged, I don't know if he resigned or he was suspended.
Okay. Do you remember if that was a few months prior to you becoming aware of an investigation into the investigation of this boat case, including you?
Do I know what
When
now?
Andy Strickland was charged and lost his job, was that a few months prior to you becoming aware of the investigation into this incident that's on the screen?
A few months prior? I don't really know this for a fact, but I believe, as I'm sitting here today, I believe that Andy was charged back in the fall. And like I said, we learned about when, I've testified about when I understood there was an investigation into whether or not I was acting in a public manner or whatever it was y'all were investigating, public corruption or that. So if it was a couple of months, if it was a month or two when Andy Strickland got charged, then if you showed me that, I'd be surprised, because I think he was charged before that.
All right. But this was a friend of yours, correct? The guy who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private vehicle, correct?
Well, Andy, yeah, I considered Andy a friend. I considered TC a friend, and I considered Tom Carter a friend,
Sure.
all of whom I asked if I could put lights in the vehicle.
All right. And
so, yes, sir. I considered Andy a friend.
would you at least agree with me that in at least the fall of 2020, your friend Andy Strickland was indicted and lost his job for a financial and corruption investigation?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Response.
Your Honor, I think there's a link between his knowledge of that and what he's admitted, that there was an investigation going on in the months prior to the murders.
Nothing further.
The question is something about Andy Strickland being indicted? I just don't see the relevance, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
All right. We can at least agree that you were aware prior to the murders that there was this investigation, correct? The one on the screen. The one related to the investigation into the boat case.
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation into what I did in the hospital prior to the June 7th?
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
All right.
And if it wasn't before that, it was shortly after it.
You testified that you've had a pill addiction for approximately 20 years, correct?
I think that's about right.
And so when did you start stealing money from clients? How long did it take before you started doing that?
I'm not sure when the first time I did that is.
You don't know?
No, sir. Not
You
as
haven't gone back and thought about that?
Well, sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, you got to understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and I don't have access. You know, all my telephone calls were put on the media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had a lot of access. So as we sit here today, I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I did it, but I can't tell you the exact time that I first did it.
And you told this jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Did I say that
Your
pills
opiate
was-
addiction was the cause of your financial problems?
It was certainly a cause, yes,
A
sir.
cause, not the only cause, though, correct?
No, I wouldn't think it was the only cause, but yeah, it was certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2008, 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that, yes, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with what they thought? No, I mean, I don't have any
No, do you
reason
disagree if that was true?
that they thought that my partners thought that, that I gotten past my financial difficulties. I have no reason to dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not
Was
trying to
that true?
frustrate you.
Was what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties? I mean, they were certainly better after that, but I mean, no, I don't think I was past them. No, sir.
All right. What was the first big case after the recession that you had?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you what the first big case was.
You remember
what date?
All right. Well, let's go with the Pinckney case. Do you remember when that was?
I remember generally speaking when it was, yes, sir.
What year was that? 2011? Would you dispute that?
2011, when it ended?
When you got recoveries in that case.
I mean, if you're looking at something that tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that. But I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's certainly in the time frame.
It's fine, Mr. Murdaugh. We'll go through it. Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
I don't have a reason to dispute that.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence. States 331. Let's go with, actually, 332, 333, and 334. Do you recognize those documents? Just generally, do you recognize them?
I do.
All right, and just generally, what are those? Those are disbursement sheets. Can I have them back, please?
Yes, sir. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, take your time.
Just trying to see which ones. I mean, there's some things about it that I'm curious about, but
Yeah, we'll
you
talk
ask
about that.
questions.
We'll talk about that. All right. Let's talk about, let's start with Natasha Thomas. Do you remember her?
I do.
How old was she when she became your client?
I'm not sure. She was young.
She was a teenager?
I'm not sure, but I know she was young.
She was underage, correct?
Yes, she was underage. I do believe that.
All right.
In fact, I know that.
And can you tell me what she was injured in this wreck with, in an automobile wreck, correct?
Yes.
And the company Michelin, that was one of the defendants for an alleged tire issue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And do you remember how much Natasha Thomas got in that particular case? And I can show it to you on 334. Do you remember how much she got?
As a gross settlement, I believe it shows $2 million.
$2 million. All right. And how much were your or PMPD's fees that would be attributed to you in that out of that $2 million?
$800,000.
$800,000.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. All right. And so that would be $800,000 in fees that would get attributed to you. That has nothing to do with the money that you subsequently stole from that teenager. Correct?
The $800,000 is different from money that I stole?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. So you got $800,000 attributed to you with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you did that, did you sit down with her, much as you sat down with this jury, and explain to her what was going on while you were stealing her money?
That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing that.
That would be the normal process, correct?
It would be. It may be a little different with a teenager, but certainly, I mean,
You would sit down with them across the table and go through these documents, correct?
if that would not be abnormal, yes, sir.
All right. And then you would explain to them what was going on and how they were getting everything they were entitled to, correct?
If I was the one doing it, yes, sir.
And you would look them in the eye while you did that, correct?
It wouldn't be unusual for me to look them in the eye.
While you were doing some fast talking to a teenager, correct?
I certainly was not telling her the truth. I don't know if I was talking fast or slow, but I wasn't telling the truth.
All right. Well, you ultimately convinced her that there was nothing amiss here, right? While you were stealing her money, correct?
I don't know if I convinced her that nothing was amiss or I misled her, but I admit candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine and I shouldn't have done it. I hate the fact that I did it. I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed for my son. I'm embarrassed for my family. And I don't dispute that I did it. I
understand that. But
And
you
so-
understand that we have to ask about these things because we've heard about it in a very academic paperwork manner. But every single one of these, you had to sit down and look somebody in the eye and convince them that you were on their side when you were not, correct? That's what you did in every single one of these.
I mean, every time.
Answer my question, yes or no, and then you can explain. I'll let you explain all day long.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true. And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker, I admit.
I know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question, please.
What I admit is that I misled them, I did wrong, and that I stole their money. Now, this is something, what's the date on that one?
I'll bring it back to you.
Well, you can tell me. I trust you to tell me accurately.
All right. Well, yeah, it's kind of funny. It doesn't have the date on it, but I'll let you take a look at it.
All right, I'm just looking at the date of a check. So that's December 20th. So that goes 2011. So that gives us a ballpark. So that's 12 years ago. For me to sit here and tell you specifically that I remember sitting down and talking with Natasha Thomas, I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you, and I can tell you that I didn't do right by Natasha Thomas. I took money from Natasha Thomas that didn't belong to me, and I was wrong for doing that.
Okay.
And I admit that.
And I know, Mr. Murdaugh, that you would like for it just to be as simple as that, just to say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I stole money, and have that be the end of it. But in every single one of these cases,
To the comment, Your Honor.
you specified that you would like to just admit that. And make this quick, correct? Isn't that what you said? Isn't that what you implied?
No, sir, Mr. Waters. You have charged me with murdering my wife and my son. And I've sat here for all these weeks listening to all this financial stuff that I did wrong, that I'm embarrassed by. I'm happy to talk to you about as much of that as you want to talk about. I'm required to talk about it as much as you want to talk about it. But the fact is I cannot specifically remember sitting down, the details that you're asking me for, I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong. I can tell you that. And I may be able to tell you specifically in some instances what I did or didn't do.
All right, well, good. Well, we'll do that. But the point that I'm asking you is, It's not just as simple as some paperwork. You had to sit down and deal with these people and convince them that you were telling them the truth in order to steal this money, correct?
That may not be true because in some situations, I may not have had to do that. They may have just trusted me to do it.
Okay.
So that's my point is I misled them. There's no question about that. But did I sit down in each particular instance and like you're breaking it down step by step? I can't say that. I can say I did wrong. I stole money that wasn't mine and I shouldn't have done it.
All right.
And it was terrible what I did.
All right, well, let's look at States 330. This is Arthur Badger in the UPS case, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You remember what the total recovery was in that particular case? There were multiple plaintiffs. Let me ask you that first. There were multiple plaintiffs in that case, correct?
That's correct.
And do you remember what the total recovery was in that case?
Not exactly, but I mean, I know generally.
All right. Was it $12 million? Would you disagree with that?
Was it $12 million? I mean, if you tell me it was $12 million, then I believe you, but I thought it was a little bit more than that.
All right. And if ultimately, if you have multiple plaintiffs, how do you decide as the plaintiff's lawyer, or how does it work out that amounts of that total recovery get allocated to individual plaintiffs?
I mean, different cases are different ways.
Is it true that often the defense attorneys, the civil defense attorneys, will ask the plaintiff's attorneys how you want that allocated?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes.
Sure.
Is that what happened in this case? In the Badger case?
I can't remember exactly how we came to that.
Who was the deep pocket in the Badger case? Do you remember? The defendant that had the money that you ultimately recovered from, the vast majority. Do you remember?
Well, it was UPS, and I believe it was, I can't remember if it was corporate or if there was insurance, but it was certainly UPS was the major defendant.
Okay.
But I believe Arthur Badger was the defendant. I can't remember. I know UPS was.
Did you sit down with him and explain this paperwork that you were using to steal his money?
I believe I did sit down with Arthur Badger.
And managed to convince him that nothing was amiss while at the same time stealing money?
I believe I did.
And did you allocate millions of dollars to Arthur Badger personally while only telling him that his recovery was going to be around $300,000?
I believe that I did. Yes, sir.
And on this exhibit, 330 sat down and looked him in the eye with all this stuff on here and fast talked him past these figures so that he believed you and left thinking that you had done him right.
I would have, I believe that I sat down with Arthur Badger, and I know that I misled Arthur Badger, and I'm sure at some point during that conversation that I looked him in the eye.
Going back to States 333, you remember Hakeem Pinckney? Do you remember him?
I do.
What happened to him?
He was injured in the same wreck that Natasha Thomas was injured in.
Was he badly injured?
He was.
How badly injured was he?
Yes, I mean, he was terribly injured. He became a, I can't remember what level, but he was a quadriplegic.
You remember what the total recovery amount was for him?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
All right. Well, let me show you States 333 and see what the total, if you recall, what the total recovery was in that case.
It looks like it was $10,245,000.
And that was for Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
And how much of that was the attorney's fees that would have gone to PMPED that would have been attributable to you?
$4,098,000.
$4 million in legal fees that you would have gotten from this settlement. Is that correct?
$4,098,000. Yes, sir.
And in the end, that wasn't enough for you, correct? Was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me in that case?
Yeah.
I mean,
Was over $4 million in legal fees that you received that would have been attributable to you through the law firm at the end of the year, whatever it worked out to be, but you would have been credited with over $4 million in fees for that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me?
Mm-hmm. Or did you take more?
Oh, no,
from?
I took monies from Hakeem Pinckney that did not belong to me, that I should not have taken.
Been rendered a paraplegic.
No, sir, he was a quadriplegic,
Quadriplegic.
unfortunately.
Thank you for correcting.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately take money from his mother, Pamela, as well.
I believe that I did.
You remember how much money you took from a king?
No, sir, not off the top of my head. I do not.
If I told you it was over $370,000, would you agree with that?
If that's what the records show, I don't dispute that.
Do you remember how much you took from the teenager Natasha Thomas in addition to your legal fees?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If I told you it was over $350,000, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Do you remember how much you took from Arthur Badger?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If it was over $1.3 million, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Around the time that this was going on, did you have some land deals that were going bad? That had gone bad?
Which
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011?
I think those had happened a little bit before that, but I had some land deals that certainly had problems.
And that had something to do with the money you were taking as well, did it not?
I think the whole picture had things to do with me doing stuff I shouldn't have done. I mean, I would agree that, I mean, that certainly would have played some role in it.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
A wealthy lifestyle?
Mm-hmm.
Probably. I mean, we were living whatever lifestyle, probably.
Would you characterize your lifestyle as wealthy?
You know, that's not how I would characterize it, but
You wouldn't
I'm not
characterize
gonna-
it as wealthy.
I'm not going to take issue with it.
Okay. Around this time, were you making more than $1 million a year?
Around what time?
2011.
Yes.
2012.
Yes.
And you were still stealing money as well, correct?
Yes.
Can we at least agree that that's a lot of money?
Over $1
Never
million.
mind, it's fine. Okay.
I think there's no question that's a lot of money.
Okay, good. We can agree on that. That's a lot of money, correct? I feel like we're struggling here. Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
Statement, Your Honor.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
I just don't know what you mean by wealthy.
Is this a hard question, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, it's hard for me to know exactly what you want, and it depends. I was spending money that wasn't mine, that I shouldn't have. I think that, we lived a lifestyle. I don't have an issue, if you want to call it wealthy.
All right. Would you concede with me that not all of this money was going to pills at this point in time?
No.
All this stolen money?
No, I doubt that it was.
Okay. And it was being used to support your wealthy lifestyle?
Well, I haven't looked at all these documents to know exactly what was being spent where, but here's what I do know. I know that I was making a bunch of money, and I should have had more money than I did. And I know that I was spending a bunch of money on pills. And I know that, I don't remember in 2011 if I just can't remember those land deals. But, if I spent money on other things, I don't dispute that either. I just haven't looked at the records.
Okay. But you would at least concede that the money you were stealing was going to support your ever expanding wealthy lifestyle. Would you concede that?
Did all of the money I stole?
Any of it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Any of it? Yeah, I would certainly agree that there was money that didn't go to buy just pills.
All right. And you would concede that even though you were generating millions of dollars in fees, that was not enough for you. Would you concede that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir. I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Who were the Plowlers?
They were two young girls from Columbia.
They were underage when they became your clients?
Yes, sir.
Did they suffer a loss in their family as a result of an accident?
They did.
What loss did they suffer? Who died?
Their mother did.
And did you get a sizable recovery in the case, in that particular case related to that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much that recovery was?
I don't.
Got any idea?
I know it was a significant settlement. I know it was a very good settlement, but
Millions of dollars?
oh yeah, it was millions of dollars. But whether it was, 2 million, I know it was significant. I don't know if it was 8 figures, but I know it was a significant settlement.
And was there a conservatorship for them because they were underage?
There was a conservatorship for them, but I don't think the fact that they were underage is why there was a conservatorship.
You don't think it was because, at least in part, they were underage when the settlement was received?
No, that's not what I remember. But for purposes of your thing, Mr. Waters, I agree there was a conservator appointed.
Well, what is your memory of why the conservator was appointed?
My memory is that the father in this case, who was the beneficiary or a big beneficiary in this, and who was the PR of the mother's case, was an undesirable witness. And there was testimony that it was testimony that he had hit his wife. And it was clear, we felt like we didn't want him to be the face of the lawsuit. So we appointed a conservator.
Who was that?
For that purpose is why I believe we appointed a conservator.
Okay. And who was that?
That was Russell Lafitte.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And after that, did you get Russell Lafitte to start loaning you money from the Plowler Girls account that he was conservator for?
He loaned me money from the Plowler account. I don't know if I got him to do that.
Oh, you didn't talk to him about it? Y'all didn't talk about that at all?
No, we did talk about it. I mean,
there's emails to that effect. Are you disputing that to this jury?
Mr. Waters, I'm not disputing. I'm just telling you that Russell Lafitte gave me a loan from the Plowlers. Your question was, did I get him to do that? And I don't necessarily believe that to be accurate.
Well, who came up with the idea?
I don't know that it was come up with an idea. There was, I think that Russell felt like that it was a sound investment for those girls to charge me a higher interest rate when they weren't getting but so much interest somewhere else. So
What was that interest rate that y'all thought was such a good idea for these girls? Do you recall what it was?
I can't remember.
The reality is that you needed the money, and this was a convenient source to keep your massive cash flow going as early as 2011, 2012. Isn't that correct?
Well, this was a loan, yes, sir. But exactly why it came from them versus the bank, I can't tell you the details without looking at all that. I can't tell you that off the top of my head.
And despite all you were earning, you would even send Russell emails saying, hey, transfer over $75,000 from the Plyler account into my account, correct? You remember emails to that effect that you would have to him?
Do I remember an email to that effect? No, I don't remember that. But
Dispute that there were emails to that effect?
not if you say there were, Mr. Waters. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute any of this, that I took money that didn't belong to me, that I misled people.
I know that you want the answer to be that simple. That's not what I'm at. We agree on that. We've agreed on that.
Well, no, sir. I don't necessarily want the answer to be simple. I just want everybody to understand I do not dispute that I stole money that was not my money, that I misled people to do that I misled people that trusted me to do that, and that what I did was terrible. I don't dispute that. It's just the way you're asking these questions, and, you know, I mean, there's some things in there that I do take issue with.
Okay. Which part of what I just asked you about the Plyers do you take issue with? You take issue that y'all didn't conspire to do that, you and Russell? You
Yes.
take issue with that? You take issue with that? Okay.
I can tell you that Russell Lafitte never conspired with me to do anything. Whatever was done by me.
Okay. So you told the Plyler girls that you were borrowing money from their account?
No, I don't know. I don't know that I told
Tell
them that.
Russell to tell them?
I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I can't sit here and tell you what I told him however many years ago.
Did you tell Russell he could borrow money from that account too?
I don't remember having any discussion with him about him borrowing money.
Was the supposed interest rate you were paying far lower than anything you could have gotten anywhere else?
I don't even know what
You don't
interest
even
rate
know?
I was paying.
Okay. One thing's clear, you never told this to the Plyler girls, did you?
I would have thought the interest rate that I was paying was a little bit more than what a bank loan would have been, but I don't know that. I don't know that to be, I don't know what the interest rate was, so I don't know that for sure.
When you stole the Badger money, how much did you steal from Arthur Badger that we talked about before, the UPS guy?
I don't remember the exact amount.
Over $1.3 million, would you dispute that?
I don't dispute that.
And that was in addition to the $1.2 million in attorney's fees for his case alone that would have been attributed to you through the firm?
What I stole from Arthur Badger
Let me ask you this.
inappropriately was in addition to any fees that I legitimately earned. I shouldn't have stolen the money from Arthur Badger. I misled him, and I was wrong.
Did you speak with Russell Lafitte once you stole this money from Arthur Badger about structuring that $1.3 million that you stole in a manner so it appeared to be payments to the Plyler account? You understand the question?
No, sir. Say that again.
Did you have any conversations with Russell Lafitte about structuring this $1.3 million into multiple payments and then applying it to the Plyler account?
I've heard the testimony, and I've seen some of
I'm
those
asking
records.
if you did. Did you have any conversations with Russell about that?
I had to.
Okay.
I had to have.
All right. You even asked him to recut the check, correct? To have Jeannie recut the check.
I've seen, I believe, an email or a text to that effect.
So you don't dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that. What I dispute is if you're insinuating in any way, this was stuff that I did.
Okay.
I mean, this stuff that I did these things wrong. Russell Lafitte didn't do anything.
I'm not here to talk about that. I'm just talking about what went on.
And I know, but you keep talking about what I did with Russell Lafitte. And what I want to let you know is that I did this. And I'm the one that took people's money that I shouldn't have taken, and that Russell Lafitte was not involved in helping me do that.
Asked you a simple
Knowingly.
question.
If he did it without knowing it.
All right, so you send him an email and then asked him to recut the check and have the check made out to various amounts short of that, and then applied those over time to give the illusion of payments to the Plyler account. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters.
Is that correct?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this.
Okay, you don't know.
I don't dispute what's in those emails as far as, or text, as far as what I told Russell and as far as what I did to again, take money that didn't belong to me, that wasn't mine, and that I was wrong for taking. It's just the specifics of that you want me to give you details on, and I can't do that. I do not dispute what's in those texts or emails.
And did you steal that Badger money because you had to pay back the Plyler girls' money before they turned 18 and reached the age of majority? And Russell would then have to be held to account for that money that he had loaned to himself and to you.
First off, I don't know anything about any money that Russell loaned to himself. I only know about what he loaned to me. And I don't believe that me stealing Arthur Badger's money and taking that money that did not belong to me, that I wrongly took, had anything to do. I don't remember it having a relationship with having to pay back a loan, or there being some time pressure to pay back a loan that he gave me on the Plyler conservatorship.
You don't remember that?
No, and I'm not saying that that didn't happen. I'm saying that I don't remember. That's not the way I remember it, and I don't remember it.
Did you ultimately borrow $1 million roughly from the Plyler girls without their knowledge? Does that sound right? About $1 million in total?
If you tell me that's the number, I mean, that surprises me, but I don't dispute what's in the records. But I didn't believe I had a loan for, are you saying $1 million? I didn't believe that I had a loan.
Total.
Mr. Waters, if that's what the records say, I don't dispute it, but that's not what I thought. I didn't think I had a $1 million loan from them. But if that's what the records say, I don't dispute that. But I can tell you this, if I had $1 million loan from them, I don't remember that. And I may be confusing it with what a loan from the bank. But again, if that's what's in the records, I don't dispute it.
All right. So you have no memory whatsoever. And so for all you know, it's just a coincidence that the Plowlers were about to turn 18 when you stole this Badger money, and you applied a significant amount of it to pay that off before they turned 18. You don't have any memory of that.
No, I can tell you that was never an issue or motivation for me. Again, taking Arthur Badger's money that I shouldn't have taken, that didn't belong to me, and that I was wrong for. I don't remember a loan from the Plyler conservatorship as being motivation for that.
So for all you can remember, it's just a coincidence.
Why I stole Arthur Badger's money, just being a
No,
coincidence?
why you applied it to the Plyler loans right before they turned 18.
No, I'm not saying is a coincidence or not a coincidence. What I'm saying is I don't remember that.
Okay.
And so I don't remember that being the motivation. If it was, I didn't know I had $1 million loan from the Plyler conservatorship, at least as I sit here today. But, you know, I would have known I had a loan from somewhere. And if I took Arthur Badger's money and applied it to that, I mean, again, I stole money that didn't belong to me. I misled Arthur Badger to take that money, and I was wrong.
How many times have you practiced that answer before your testimony today? Because
I've
keep
never-
giving the same one over and over again.
I've never practiced that answer, but you keep asking me these questions and I keep using that answer.
Let me show you what's been entered into evidence as states 321. You recognize generally that document.
I do.
And what is that?
This is the disbursement sheet on the Dion Martin case.
What happened to Dion Martin?
He got in a wreck.
Do you know his family
When he got in the wreck,
prior to him getting in the wreck?
I knew who his family was, but prior to getting in the wreck. But after he got in this wreck, I became very close with his family.
Became very close with his family. And Dion suffered some pretty severe injuries, correct?
Dion was hurt bad. Yes.
Including an injury to his head.
I heard you say that the other day. I don't specifically remember Dion having a head injury. I believe Dion had more orthopedic injuries, but he may have had some injury to his head.
You met with him on a number of occasions?
Yes, I met with him on a number of occasions.
Met with his parents on a number of occasions?
About Dion?
About the case, while the case was going on.
I don't know if I met with his parents about Dion's case, but I know I met with Dion, and I may have met with his parents if they say that. I mean, his dad's one of the most honorable fellows that I know. If he says I met with him, I certainly believe that.
But you said you became close with them, correct? Close with the parents?
I consider Dion's, yes, I think the world of his dad and his mom and Dion.
What was the recovery that was obtained in Dion's case? I'll show it to you.
Let's see, it looks like recovery, $2 million. Actually, this is, let's see, I know it was $2 million, but I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe that I said it was $2 million. I can't remember exactly what the recovery is, but I know it was less than $2 million. And I know that I misstated it as $2 million.
So you falsified the paperwork, correct?
It appears that I put inaccurate information on the paperwork. Yes, sir.
You put inaccurate information. You falsified it, right?
If you like that word, yes, sir.
All right. And that's that right there where you put that $500,000 on there, correct? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I have the envelope, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, what was the question?
Let's get the Elmo up and then I'll show you. Right there, that's the $500,000 that you falsified this document with, is that correct? Where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
Yeah, that looks like one place that yes.
Why did you do that?
Why did I?
Yeah, why'd you put that 500,000? What was your purpose in doing that?
It appears that I was stealing his money, $500,000.
Were you not inflating your fees with that one?
I mean,
You don't remember?
I know that I inflated the fees like I just talked about, but I believe go back to the top of that thing, I believe what I must have done with the structured annuity is I had that $500,000 check and I must have had that made to forge, as you've heard, to steal that money from Dion Martin
All right, down at the bottom.
that I shouldn't have.
Is that your signature down there?
It is.
Is that Dion Martin's signature on the other side?
It,
You dispute that?
no, I don't dispute that.
So you would have sat down with Dion Martin, gone over this document with him and convinced him that there was nothing amiss here?
You know, again, I don't know if I went over the document with him or not, but I certainly misled Dion Martin. I certainly lied to Dion Martin. I certainly took money from Dion Martin that did not belong to me, and I shouldn't have done it.
You don't specifically remember talking to Dion. There was nothing in you that causes you to remember talking with Dion, sitting there with this document in front of him, as you looked him in the eye, knowing that you were lying to him the whole time. You don't even remember that? Nothing in you that causes you to remember that?
To specifically remember, I'm not sure that I did sit down with Dion Martin. But I certainly, Mr. Waters, I misled Dion Martin. I lied to Dion Martin. I took Dion Martin's money when I shouldn't have.
Well, let me ask you this. Of all the people on here, all these exhibits, do you have any independent recollection of a time where you sat down and looked that person in the eye and you were lying to them and convincing them that everything was okay while you stole their money? Do you remember it, even one of them?
I'm sure I do.
Okay, well, tell us about one.
I mean, you have to show me, you have to give me.
I'm asking you if you remember one time where you're sitting there in your heart, looking somebody in the eye, knowing you're stealing from them, and you remember it.
I remember stealing from people. I remember lying to people, and I remember misleading people. For me to tell you that I sat down with each one of these people.
I'm asking you to tell me about just one conversation, one time where you recall looking somebody in the eye and convincing them with your lies that nothing was amiss. One conversation.
There were plenty of conversations where I looked people in the eye and I lied to them. There were plenty of times where I took money that I shouldn't have taken. There were plenty of times where I stole money. For me to sit and tell you a specific time that I sat down with a specific document and what exactly was said, if you ask me questions, but I can't remember sitting down with Dion on a.
They certainly remember it, don't they, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if they do or not, but I would assume so.
But you can't tell us one time where it just sticks out in your memory where you're like, I'm pulling a fast one right now.
Oh, no.
Or anything, whatever reaction you had. You can't remember a single one?
No, sir, that's not correct. I can remember a lot of times where I lied to my clients, I misled my clients, and I stole money from my clients in conversations. But for me to sit and tell you that I had a conversation about this particular document, I don't dispute it.
I know you don't dispute it, Mr. Murdaugh. You've said that 100 times, haven't you? But you can't recall for this jury one of these people looking them in the eye while you lied to them. You can't recall a single one. I've asked you this 3 times now.
Oh, I promise you.
Your Honor, asked and answered 3 times.
Well, here. Here you go, Mr. Waters.
The point's made, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if your point's made or not, but here's.
You don't know that either, do you?
Here's what I will say again. I remember lying to clients of mine. I did it on more than one occasion. I took their money when I shouldn't have taken it. I'm sure that I looked them in the eye. I'm sure that I misled them. But I can't tell you exactly when those occurred 12 years ago, is the only point. I don't dispute that they occurred. I don't dispute that everything about what I did was wrong. But I can't sit and tell you the specific details that you're wanting me to give you.
We could just write that answer down on a sheet of paper and you could hold it up each time you want to say that, couldn't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
If
Objection is overruled.
if that's what you want to do, Mr. Waters, but I'm trying to answer your question.
These were real people you were dealing with, right?
Absolutely. They were,
I
you know
know
what?
you want to give that answer, but these were real people, aren't they?
Nah, they're very real people. And you know what one of the saddest parts of this whole thing is, you know, they're people that I still care about, and I did them this way. You know, that's what I was meaning in that text that you made an issue about to Annette Griswold. And it was a lot talking about my partners, but it was a lot talking about these people. I mean, I know the people that I did wrong and that I hurt, that I stole from. I mean, they're people that I think a lot of. And
they didn't know.
hang on. I want to say one more thing. And there's no question that the actions that I did, the things that I did wrong, hurt a lot of the people that I care about the most. And I did a lot of damage. And I wreaked a lot of havoc. That
A lot of damage and wreaked a lot of havoc. I hear you.
There's no question about it.
Let me show you what's been marked as States 315. See if you recognize that.
I do.
Which case is this?
This is Elise Mallory.
And what happened in this case?
I stole her money.
What happened, though, with the underlying case? Can you tell the jury that? Do you remember that?
I believe it was Miss Taylor, Miss Mallory's. I believe it was her daughter. Might have been her granddaughter, but I believe it was her daughter. Was in a wreck.
Did she die?
And she got killed.
And Miss Mallory came to you for help?
She did.
You remember that one at
I
all?
do. I remember.
Okay, we remember one now.
Oh, no, Mr. Waters, I remember all of these people.
Okay.
It's not that I don't remember them. You're just asking me details about conversations.
Okay, great.
I can promise you, I remember all of these people that I did wrong.
Right. And you stole all of the money, didn't you? In this case?
I stole all of the money, most of the money that I've been accused of stealing, I stole.
No, I mean, you stole every single dime of the recovery. She didn't get one dime. Isn't that right?
I have to look at the records, but if
You
that's.
credited yourself with legal fees and then you stole all the rest of the money, correct?
I don't dispute that.
All right.
If you
Tell
let
me
see
about, first of all, tell me about Miss Mallory. So she lost her daughter, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
And she came to you for
It was a
help, is
daughter
that
or
correct?
granddaughter, but
All right.
one.
All right. And she came to you for help, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with you on that.
Very, very sweet lady, correct?
Very sweet lady.
All right. Tell me about your conversation when you looked her in the eye and lied to her while you were stealing every dime of the money.
This is a perfect example, Mr. Waters. I stole her money. I did her wrong, but I don't even believe that Elise Mallory was there when I stole that money. If you look at that disbursement sheet, I don't even believe I ever showed that to her.
Okay. You don't remember having any conversations with her when you lied with her about this case while you were stealing all her money?
I don't think I did in this case. I don't think I had any meetings with her. I think I stole her money, and I don't believe that I had a meeting with her.
So again, you can't tell us one conversation you had with any of these people when you looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right, that you were telling the truth.
That's not true, Mr. Waters. I remember a lot of those conversations. I remember a lot of them.
Okay. All right. You just testified. You remember a lot of them. I've been asking you now for the past 10 minutes to tell me about one of them where it's stuck in your heart.
There are a lot of
stuck in your brain.
There are a lot of conversations I had where I misled my clients and I stole their money, where they trusted me. And I remember them.
Okay. So
But you
can you tell me one? Tell me how it went down, what you said, how you convinced them, how you looked them in the eye, how you made them believe, how you used your skills as a trial lawyer to convince them. Can you just tell me about one of those? What was going through your head when you did it?
Your Honor, objection under Rule 403. We've been going over and over and over this.
Objection is overruled.
All right. What's your question, Mr. Waters?
Can you tell me about one of the conversations you had with all of these people? Just one.
I can
where
tell you
what was
excuse
going
me.
through your head and how it went down when you sat there and looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right while you were lying to them and stealing their money.
Yes, sir. I had a lot of conversations with a lot of my clients that I cared about. And so I will tell you that I had conversations with them where I misled them and I lied to them and I took their money. And that was a number of times.
Okay.
But you're asking me,
Just one specific one, Mr. Murdaugh?
every single one of these clients I would have had conversations with at some point.
Fine, it's
But
fine.
this particular, like Mr. Waters, that disbursement sheet, I didn't have, there was never a sit down with Miss Mallory about the dispersing the money.
You don't recall talking to her about the status of her case and telling her lies and convincing her that you were on her side. You don't remember that.
No, I definitely remember that, but that's not what you
Tell me
asked
about
me. I had numerous conversations with Miss Mallory, you know, about this case. But the fact is you were asking me about me sitting down with this disbursement sheet, looking her in the eye and convincing her. And I'm telling you that that didn't happen in this case. Now, I had a lot of conversations with her where I misled her, Mr. Waters, where I lied to her.
Tell me about one. Tell me how it went down.
Where
We're going to recess for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Everyone remain seated while the jury leaves. Case. We'll see you all 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Woo! That was a lot. I felt like I was right there in the courtroom. That was fun. I've never done a live this long. Never. I'm trying to think of people that do like really long lives. I'm trying to compare myself to them. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss. So you guys want to do this again tomorrow? Now, I already have a show in the morning, but I can make it earlier in the day so we can watch together again. I'm all for this. Aaron said, yes, this was fun. This was fun. So it's 9:30 their time, so it's 8:30 time here. Julesy said 6'4". Who's 6'4", Jules? Okie Folky said that was fun. Jakey said yes. Okay. Then we'll get through the Idaho show. I'll make it earlier in the morning, and then we might miss part of the beginning, and then we'll jump in and do this again tomorrow. That was a lot of fun. We're also going to be having a watch party next month because Letitia's going to be on trial. Pack a lunch because I can hate on her all day. Letitia is Candace, Billy, Lazy, all wound up into one for me. So we got watch parties next month too. All right, guys, I'll see you tomorrow morning. This was a lot of fun. Thank you. Snow said, this is hilarious. This should be a t-shirt. Snow, love me some trials. Let's do it. See you guys tomorrow. You're the best. Love ya.